and analytics. And recently, as we've been working with our customers, what we've seen is the era of AI marketing is here. When we work with marketing leaders, they are constantly being pressed for headcount, for ROI. And what we're seeing is marketing leaders wanting to scale their workforce, leveraging AI to drive outcomes. And so we're working with these organizations to focus on delivering real ROI, reshaping their workforces, and using agents to scale. And I'll share a bit about what we're seeing from a marketing AI agent perspective. This is great timing for us to be here at SaaStr. We actually just relaunched Opal, our AI platform, which is pervasive throughout our DXP, last week. And from an Opal perspective, we're really helping marketers leverage AI in their existing workflows. So we've embedded AI in their workflows. We're using their own brand information, context, to actually deliver outcomes at scale. And it's fully connected across Optimizely One. So wherever you're working in Optimizely, whether it's that content marketing platform for ideation and workflow, it's the CMS, it's the experimentation, the same Opal AI is meeting you where you work today. And we're doing this through agents. And so what we've seen as we've worked with marketers, we often get asked, like, why can't I just use ChatGPT for that? Really having purpose-built agents to deliver on specific functions is the path to success for digital and marketing teams from an AI perspective. So I'll talk you a bit through what we've observed and how we've approached AI as we work with marketing teams. As mentioned, we've built a purpose-built AI platform. As opposed to a generic LLM, we're focused on the outcomes that we see our customers in marketing digital want to drive. And from a capabilities perspective, first and foremost, we've introduced chat. Very familiar to all of us from a ChatGPT or Anthropic perspective. And our customers are interacting with Opal by entering prompts, uploading files, and again, it's meeting them where they live today. We're preserving chats and threads so you can continue that conversation over time. But our secret sauce is really what we do after you enter that chat input and before your prompt actually hits the LLM. So number one, we've built a library of instructions. We're allowing our customers to actually tailor these instructions. So think about an agent that's going to help you write a campaign brief. You could tell ChatGPT, hey, write me a campaign brief for this, and it will do it. But does it understand the typical format of your company and how you want to build a campaign brief? Does it understand your brand and your brand voice? So we're using instructions once you enter that prompt to actually enrich the prompt before it hits the LLM and say, hey, here's how we want this campaign brief to look, so it's not just generic. Another piece of how we approach it is tools. Tools are pre-built functions and workflows that agents can kick off across Optimizely's DXP. So again, there are kind of pre-created actions, whether it's creating a new campaign, adding tasks to that campaign, that the agents already know how to do. So you're not having to go back and forth as much with an LLM to get that outcome. And all of this is combined with agents. So again, we've built specialized agents. We're helping our customers build agents. We have a full agent marketplace where partners are adding based on typical use cases. And these pre-built agents out of the box are helping our customers accelerate specific outcomes. We have a lot of CMOs come to us and say, hey, I'm being asked by the board, like, how are you adopting AI? And if you try and do it too broadly, what we've found is you're unsuccessful. You're dead in the water from day one. So really starting with 1 to 2 use cases, building those purpose-built agents is critical. And in the coming weeks, we'll actually launch workflows. So we'll allow our customers to then stitch together agents to create true end-to-end workflows to support that overall marketing process. So in terms of what makes Optimizely unique, and again, this is based on the learnings from our customers, number one, we're context and brand aware. We're connected throughout the workflow and fully agentic. We have intelligent tools. Again, the pre-built tools are helping us actually drive actions and outcomes via our agents. And this is all built on our domain expertise. So with Optimizely One and Opal, you'll hear us talk a lot in the coming months about this concept of an infinite workforce. We believe that we will help marketing and digital teams scale to that infinite workforce, drive more outcomes, more content creation with the same number of people in the coming years. Now, what we're seeing in the market today, our customers are using agents to run more impactful tests, whether that's coming up with ideas on what to test on the site, validating that test plan, understanding the results. They're scaling high-quality content. When we work with customers around personalization, the biggest bottleneck is content creation. And so they're leveraging our agents to scale high-quality content. And then finally, they're making data actionable. So they're leveraging their insights, their analytics, to actually drive next steps and outcomes. And I did want to take a couple minutes just to show you some examples of our agents in real time. So in my role as strategy and operations, I also lead our industry strategy and go-to-market programs. And one of our big bottlenecks has been the ability to create industry-specific content. So our industry marketer agent, and hopefully this video will play. One more. You guys are able to get me playing? All right, so our industry, you go back to that. Can you play on this? Well, I'll talk through it while we're hoping it'll play. But our industry marketer agent, what it does, you can see here, we have a brief for a campaign for financial services and a brief for a blog post we want to create. And what industry marketer agent is going to do, if we could get it to play, is we'll now feed it a generic blog post. We'll say, hey, here's a generic blog post on, I think it's on personalization. Can you create the financial services version of this? And based on its instructions, which include its knowledge of Optimizely's customer case studies and financial services, it will create that blog post in seconds. So it'll take this generic blog post and set it up as an industry blog post. So my team has used this to take Optimizely's thought leadership on personalization, and we have a healthcare version. We have a financial services version. It's taken us minutes to do this. Experiment Summarizer is another great use case. I'm not sure, based on our last one, if we'll get this to play, but we'll try. This is a view of Optimizely's A/B testing results page. And on our results page, you can see you have some data here, but if I'm a marketer coming into this, I'm like, so what? I have to go figure out what all these stats mean. And so with our Experiment Summarizer, you can actually just ask Opal, and Opal will give you a well-written kind of outcome overview of your test and a recommendation on what to do next. And so again, we're helping to demystify some of the data and analytics, which is really helping our customers. I do have a minute left, so I'm going to maybe be able to take a question or two. But one bonus for the group here, we also did recently launch our website analyzer. So if you go to optimize.ly/analyze, you can put in your own URL, and it'll come back with a number of ideas on how you could run tests to improve different parts of your website to drive conversion. And again, that's optimize.ly/analyze. So team, I want to first and foremost thank you all for being here, hopefully helpful, and we are more than happy to share more about how we're approaching AI, how our customers are leveraging AI and agents to drive outcomes. We are at booth 210 in the West Hangar, so feel free to stop by. And I will pause there if there's any questions. Do you want to hop on the mic? They're recording.
Hey there, thanks for joining today. My question was actually about Optimizely, specifically given it sounds like you own more of like the whole go-to-market operations. Curious what the Optimizely tech stack looks like when it comes to not just marketing, but like sales and customer success, and how you guys are using AI across the whole go-to-market function.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I do own revenue operations as well. And for those who couldn't hear, the question was, what does the Optimizely tech stack look like? Less from a digital perspective, because obviously we're using Optimizely, and more from like a core RevOps perspective. So we are a Salesforce shop, so Salesforce is the foundation of our tech stack. From a marketing ops perspective, we're leveraging Marketo for marketing automation. Again, we use Optimizely CMP to create content, and then we can push that to Marketo. On the customer success side, Gainsight. And to your question on AI, we're now starting to look at like specific productivity tools for AI. Similar to what I described for marketers, we're trying to pick 1 to 2 use cases for each role, for AEs, for SDRs, for CSMs, and go drive an outcome there. So for AEs, it's pre-call research. And what we've found is they either spend a couple of hours on it before a call, going and reading the 10K, the news, or they just don't do it. And so that's something we want to simplify. For SDRs, it's around personalizing email outreach. For CSMs, it's actually around just getting a snapshot of where a customer's at. So in Gainsight, they have functionality that will summarize all recent activities alongside the health score, alongside adoption, and just give you a clear point of view on where you're at. Great question. All right, they're playing me out. I want to thank you all for being here. Again, we're at booth 210. Please feel free to stop by and have a great SaaStr. Thanks, team.
Good morning, SaaStr. How's everyone doing? All right, that wasn't a big good morning. All right, how about we try it again? Good morning, SaaStr. How's everyone doing this morning? A lot better. All right, I think we still need some coffee, some sugar maybe. Well, welcome. I'm here to talk about a few different things, but first is how do you leverage AI to cut customer acquisition costs? How do you reduce churn? And how do you boost ARR? These are three very, very important topics. We're at SaaStr. We're all trying to grow our businesses. We're all trying to boost ARR. We're all trying to reduce customer acquisition costs. So how do you do it? And before we get into it, let's talk about what's going on in the SaaS world. Is SaaS growth scaling, booming, or is SaaS growth crumbling? How many of you here think SaaS is booming? Just a couple of hands, that's it. So I was here, this is my second SaaStr, probably asked the same question pre-2021, and everybody was like, yay. So 2020, 2021, SaaS was booming. Today, SaaS growth is difficult. Think about it. Just so you know, the median growth has gone down from 36% in 2021 to 17% or sub 17%. So SaaS growth today is about 16.5%. That's a big difference from the great growth that we saw in 2020, 2019, 2021. So the last 5 years, customer acquisition costs have gone up 55%. So if you're marketeers here thinking about customer acquisition costs, or your salespeople, you're driving customer acquisition, you're focused on new logos, that's a big difference. 55% growth in customer acquisition costs, not a small number. So how do you really drive growth in areas where the customer acquisition costs are going up significantly? Is this inflation? It's got nothing to do with inflation. Customer churn is the next problem. So when you think of acquiring new logos is already so difficult, on top of it now, you've got to keep those customers happy. Customer churn today is a $136 billion cost to the SaaS industry. That's about 7 or 8 points for the entire SaaS market. Huge, huge problem. So how many of you have a customer churn problem here? Most people don't like to admit it, but everybody does, right? You know, unless you're retaining 100% of your customers, which very, very few companies do. If you're retaining 95% plus, that's a great outcome. Gone are the days when people were retaining 95 or 97, 98% of customers. It's a lot easier for customers to churn today because they have options. And it's easier to move from one platform to another platform. So how do you manage these situations where you have a new logo problem, you have a churn problem, and on top of that, you have a growth problem. So combined, this is a massive impact to valuations of companies. So we're all here at SaaStr because we want to see our valuations grow. We want to see our company valuation grow. But valuations for SaaS companies have gone down almost in half. So if you think of median SaaS valuation, SaaS was, give or take, 20 plus X multiple, 27, 28 in the glorious days of 2020, 2021. We're talking really good valuation. Today, the valuation is 6X, 7X, right? Think about it for a second. The valuations have gone down significantly. If you think of just public company valuations, public company SaaS valuations were almost 17X. Today, it's 6.7X. So you have a churn problem, you have a customer acquisition problem, and you have a growth problem. Let's talk about the most important needles that's moving things. But before we do that, how are companies going to market today? So if you think of historically in the last 20, 25 years, the go-to-market's predominantly been dominated by sales-led growth and product-led growth, and some combination of the two, right? Companies choose product-led growth, some companies choose sales-led growth. Most companies have a combination of the two. The challenge with sales-led growth is an expensive model. You've got companies spending lots of money hiring enterprise sellers. You've got companies investing in inside sales. You've got SDRs. It's a very people-intensive model. And then you think of your product-led growth. It's optimized for users, right? You've got user experience, which plays a huge important role. You've got a land and expand motion. You've got companies coming in with some sort of signing up users. You have a freemium offering. You have some free credits that you offer. But all of that is changing. So if you're not at the front end of this change, if you're not leading change, you're falling behind. So think of the next era of growth is not coming from product-led sales, or it's not coming from sales-led growth or product-led growth. It's truly coming from AI-led growth. So it's fundamentally a different way of doing business. And so it's something for all of us to think about. Companies are scaling significantly today with AI-led growth. We're talking about agentic AI, but there's a lot more to it. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have run a I'm assuming some of you have SDRs or salespeople on your teams. How many of you run an end-to-end event with no human involvement? Anybody here? Any companies here? Just a couple of hands going up. So today, customers are launching, or some companies, SaaS companies are launching events where an agent is actually generating an invite, sending out emails, getting prospects to attend events, and then the entire event, start to finish, is owned by agents. So agents are kind of driving these events, they're inviting people, they're building the content, and they're actually presenting all of it. I was trying to do that for my presentation. So my ask of SaaStr was, hey, rather than me build some slides and present it, can I just have an agent build all of my content? Can I have AI-generated content? And can I have an agent present it? An agent is not a human, just so I'm clear, right? So we're in this era where things are different, and are we really ready for AI-led growth? Something for all of us to think about. In terms of, what we're actually trying to sell and who we're selling to, right? So if you think of buyers today, your buyer has no feelings. Your buyer is not a human. Think about that for a second. It's kind of a little controversial because your humans are still making decisions, but really are they? Your top of funnel, tofu, as some of you marketeers may know, is really algorithms. There are no feelings. It's basically your pitching is, if you're a marketeer, gone are the days when you would build a pitch for a CEO or a CIO or CTO or CMO, whomever you're selling to. Today's pitch is built for AI agents or ChatGPT. Today's pitch is built for Anthropic. Today's pitch is built for Google. You're really building your pitch for a different audience, which is evaluating your product and then making decisions. Your top of funnel, mid funnel, typically is handled by agents today. It's very late in the process you're getting to humans. And if some of you are not planning for it, if you're still having SDRs make cold calls and generate opportunities, set up appointments for sales reps, you're too late in the game, right? So think about how you're going to evaluate and innovate and get in front of it. If your buyer isn't human, neither is your seller. So I've worked for Firebolt. We at Firebolt have built a 3-year plan, or we're in the process of building our 3-year plan. So if you think of Firebolt, we've got, give or take a couple hundred employees. Our aspiration is to get to 1,000+ employees very soon. And a majority of our employees will be agents and not humans. It's a different way of thinking about your business. It's a different way of doing your business. Think about our chief people officer. The chief people officer does not have an important role to play anymore because the CTO is building the agents, and the CISO is now the new chief people officer because your chief information security officer is telling you what you should be doing. So it's a very different way of looking at it. AI sales agents are, again, not humans, but they're generating opportunities for you, top of funnel. They're running end-to-end events. They are building value prop proposals for you. They're helping you pitch your value prop to your customers. They're interacting with other agents. That's what we call agent-to-agent interaction. So you've got a seller's agent and a buyer's agent talking to each other. Again, I'm not talking about a real estate transaction here with a seller's agent and a buyer's agent, but this is two non-humans selling SaaS products. It's a very different way of looking at things. And so we're in this world where you've got buyer's AI agent evaluating options, probably even negotiating deals. At the lower end, you've got your top of funnel being fulfilled by all of your buyers and sellers agents negotiating with each other, negotiating all the agentic AI that we're dealing with today, all the generative AI that we're dealing with today before they actually get to humans. So your humans are getting very late in the process. So if you're a marketeer, if you're a salesperson sitting here, you've got to really think about this for a second. It's not just acquiring customers, it's retaining customers too. When you think of customer success, I'll give you our own example. We have one customer success representative in the US and one for the rest of the world. The remaining are all agents. We've replaced all of our customer success with agentic AI, really agents driving in-product customer experience. We're in the process of doing it. It's an evolution. We're getting better at it. But that's what most companies are dealing with, is you're getting to your SDR functions being agent-led. You're getting to your customer success functions being agent-led. No emotions, very efficient, working 24/7. You don't have to hire and fire them. It's a lot easier to manage. You just have to have your security processes in place. Different way of looking at things. To build all of this, these are heavy data-intensive applications. You need a really, really strong organization to do it. Many companies are in this business. Firebolt is fundamentally a data infrastructure for AI applications. So we're helping change the game for our prospects and our customers. This is a different way of looking at things, different way of doing business. We are the next generation data warehouse. We've helped our customers and our prospects. A lot of prospects come into us. They land with Firebolt, and they start expanding. As you start seeing churn issues, you start seeing customer acquisition costs going up, we can help. And we've been doing this. We're about a 5-year-old company. We've been doing this for the last 5 years, but innovating and consistently growing, and that's it's a great place to be. We're offering very, very cool. We have a booth here. We'd love for you to stop by and meet us in the other hangar. We've been working with all of our prospects and customers, help slash CAC. It's really important for you to have a AI-first mindset to reduce and to actually reduce both customer acquisition costs as well as churn. If each point of reduction in churn adds multiple points of growth, because this is constant growth over growth, so you're building on compounding of growth, right? So that's really important as you think through it. The converse of it is true as well. Like as you start growing and as your churn starts increasing, you have a huge problem. On one side, you've got customer acquisition costs going up. On the other side, you have a leaky bucket. Your customers don't stay with you. It's a problem all customers are dealing with. And it's a spoiler for growth. I want to leave you with a couple more slides here. First is, predictive churn models. Very, very, very important today. A lot of companies are getting into predictive churn models, so you don't have renewal conversations with customers a year or a month or a week before. The day you sign your customer, if it's a multi-year deal, that's when your renewal cycle starts. So if you have a 3-year deal, you start your renewal the day you sign them. Day 0 is what we call them. And similarly, if you think of a 1-year deal, you start your renewal process the day you sign your customer. It's a constant process. That's how you manage churn. You've got to use all of your agentic AI, all of the tools that's available to make this churn really reduce. AI, predictive churn modeling, can help you reduce churn by 22%. You've now got AI-powered QBRs as well. 80% less prep. Gone are the days when customer success reps would sit down and do QBRs with customers, talk about their consumption or licenses, depending on whatever you're selling, right? Today, it's AI agents generating most of it for you, really making a huge impact. 80% of the prep work is already done, sending automated reports to your customers. Really, really big change. Next best action engines. I don't know how many of you are using next best action engines, but again, it's fundamentally a different way of building your product. If you think of in-product experience and include next best action engines, that's a huge impact to your business and to your bottom line. I'm going to leave you with this slide. Maybe in 5 years, SaaStr 2030, the last time I came to SaaStr was 5 years ago, we may not have humans here at all. It may be agents building presentations, agents presenting to other agents. Maybe SaaStr will be organized by agents too, right? Think about it. I mean, that's the world we're changing into, driving into. You would start seeing, I did notice, one of our sponsors here at SaaStr has a booth here. I went up to their booth. They're talking about agents as employees, and that's the reality we're living in. Stop thinking of agents as, piece of code or algorithm or whatever, but start thinking about them as how do you deploy. If you have 200 employees and 800 agents, how do you really get the value from those agents? And so it's a way of looking at things. With that, I'm going to quickly open up for questions. That was the end of my presentation, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to come here and use the mic and ask your question, and happy to take any other questions as well. Maybe I'll have to come closer.
Closer to, hello?
Yeah.
Hi, well, what tech stack do you guys use for your agents, and how do you manage all that data?
Okay, so we're an AWS shop, so most of our applications are built on AWS. All of our AI is deployed on AWS, and so we're pretty much using AWS for all of our engineering work. We have multiple other products that we use within AWS, but we also use best of breed, some of our other products that we bring to market. We use for our customer information, we use Salesforce. We use HCM for our employee information. It's different products, but our core engineering work is all built on AWS. Any other questions? All right, I'm getting a cut here, but last question, please, go ahead. Yeah, use the mic, please, yep.
Thank you so much for the talk. I really enjoyed it. I'm very intrigued by decreasing the CAC and preventing churn. Can you please give more concrete examples of churn prevention with AI?
How do you prevent churn with AI?
With AI.
Yeah, I mean, many techniques. Like I mentioned, when churn is a huge problem. A lot of companies don't disclose their churn. Companies have 40, 50% churn, 20%, 30% churn. They talk about 90% retention. Sometimes you look at churn as logos and you look at dollars. Two different ways to handle both of it. You want to operate at about 95% plus on both sides of it. 95% plus logo retention as well as 95% plus dollar retention. So one way to prevent churn is always to do multi-year deals. You think of, when you sign multi-year deals, you've got more skin in the game with customers, more commitment. You've got your agentic AI, more opportunity. When you think of a one-year cycle, you give them lesser time to get in-product customer experiences and so on. Two, within your product, you build in really strong customer experiences where you're hand-holding customers, training them, you're positioning them. And a simple example could be, your Netflix or your Amazon Prime or whatever. Like, they're hand-holding you. They're, know what are your interests, and then they're kind of walking you through it. Similarly, if you're building a product, help your customers navigate your platform easily. Reinforce it. Do QBRs with customers. If you're a large B2B SaaS company, again, it's different for B2B SaaS versus B2C. But if you're B2B SaaS, think of it as regular QBRs, customer health checks, renewal conversations, all of it handling through your agents very early on. And then you start getting your humans involved. So it's a combination of getting your human sales motion, your customer success motion right with your agentic motion. So the combination of your AI-led with your sales-led is extremely important, and the product-led experience as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Pleasure being here. We'll see you.
Tracy Kraft.
Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? Thank you so much for being here today. I'm Tracy Kraft, CMO of Maxio. I'm here with Brandon Jenkins, our CEO, and we're excited to talk to you about the future of B2B SaaS pricing and how different trends we're seeing are necessitating a change in billing models. Before we get into those details, I'm going to take you through our legacy billing models that we see there today. So first, we have our flat rate model, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a one fee, regardless of how many users or how much you use something, fixed fee type of construct. And this is super appropriate for certain types of technologies and services, but also limited in terms of perceived value and scale, etc. The next evolution of our billing models, which is pretty intuitive, is our tiered per user subscription billing. And this is tied exactly to a user, but not necessarily tied to usage. So it's a price per user per time period. And this is great, but it's also hard to determine scale over time. And so it has its limitations as well. So then we've evolved into usage-based billing, and this is the type of construct that is tied to consumption. So it's based on how much of a product, service, technology that you use. And this is great when these products and services are linear in nature. So what you use it has a linear relationship or is relatively uniform in terms of what you expect to pay or what the cost of that is. But as we've all seen, there's lots of things shifting in the world today that's necessitating an evolution in how we think about billing. And I'm going to turn it over to Brandon to talk about that.
Yeah, thanks. So clearly it's out with the old and with the new. With the advent of AI, software companies today are clearly needing to deliver different ways to present their value to users and then the way they recognize that value back in return in terms of how they bill and how do they manage these subscriptions. And if you're not an AI company today, the reality is you're going to have AI features and the way that that product's being consumed in the future. Buyers want this types of flexibility, and they also want price transparency as they're consuming your offering. But more importantly, as a software provider, you need to do this in a way that's profitable, a way that you understand how to scale your business, because your investors want you to do this in a way that's not growth at all cost. Things of rule of 40 and doing it in a magic number type of fashion. And these software companies, you need to be able to provide this flexibility. So as we go to the next slide, we can kind of understand what this good looks like, this next generation of billing models. We call it adaptive billing, but basically you need to have flexibility in a real-time manner to deliver these types of results in a modern way to your customers as a provider. You need price flexibility. You need cost transparency, not only to your customers, but also internally in terms of the unit economics. So you have margin protection in the way that you deliver these services. But you need to future-proof your business. You can't necessarily have the tail wagging the dog in terms of our billing solution doesn't allow that, so we can't go to market in that fashion the way our customers want to consume. And most importantly, you need to build that trust with your customer in terms of how you deliver the service and how they spend with you. So how is this different? Well, traditional models, right, look like a single metric. It looks like, I'm billing in this way. I have this service, and we have the kind of a same rate regardless of how it's consumed. And it relies on a lot of times batch processing. Well, in a modern way, in this adaptive way, you want to be able to monetize all this value in various ways, right? Like if they are consuming it through APIs, if they're consuming it through your UI, if they're consuming it through your ecosystem, you have to have those multiple factors in this adaptive model. You also need to have all the various complexities addressed in how you price and package as it relates to this adaptive billing model. But most importantly, you got to be able to react to it in a real-time fashion, so you can have that trust and transparency with your customer. So kind of putting this into a matrix, starting off to the left, well, flexibility and visibility and cost, and the throughput is actually pretty minimal. That's what these traditional methods look like. but in a modern way, in the way that customers are consuming your services today or the way they want to consume them, look like high flexibility, right? Look like high variability in terms of the way they consume it, and high velocity in the manner of the throughput. So why would you move to this adaptive billing type model? Well, it scales with your business. It scales with where the puck's going, where the market's going, right? It future-proofs your business. You need to be able to keep up with the trends, keep up with the demands of your go-to-market motion and the way your customers want to consume. But you need to be able to do this in a profitable way. You need to do it in a durable way so you can price and package in a way that makes most sense for your business. And make sure you don't have the financial strains that come with some of these changes. So how do we get started? How do you get going? Well, you know, I'm a pragmatic guy. It starts with auditing what you're currently doing. Like, what do your customers want? Where are the market demands? And can your systems and processes actually support it? Step back. Does it, like, can your product support these models? And can your financial systems support where your product is going? Develop your hypothesis. Develop what you think your customers want. Talk to your customers. And then set up experiments. I'm a big believer in bite small, chew fast. Set up experiments of pricing and packaging and see if your customers like it. See if it moves the needle. But then scale with it. Have a platform, have a solution that actually can scale with this iterative process of where the market's going. And if we know anything, it's going there very quickly with the likes of AI. So, you know, platforms like Maxio obviously help in these scenarios, but it's really a mindset in your organization of how do we actually take advantage of these modern approaches as it relates to billing. Are you adaptable or not?
So in the spirit of bite, chew, small, fast, we wanted to leave you with some takeaways for today. We know that with technology moving at this pace that it does and with this AI revolution that we're all experiencing, product innovation is happening more rapidly than ever, and billing innovation needs to happen alongside of it. So really it needs to actually catch up. Billing isn't just a back office function anymore. It's actually a form of communication with your customers. It's a part of the customer experience. It helps shape perception. It helps build trust with those people that are using your product or service. And so if you think about adaptive billing or any other of the billing models that we talked to today and think about what is the right approach for you and your business, that's going to help your revenue scale in alignment with that experience that you create for your users and for your customers. And at the end of the day, as your product evolves, your billing platform or your billing model should too. Thanks for joining us here today. I'm Tracy Kraft. This is Brendan Jenkins. We are with Maxio. We're in Hangar West over there at booth SG202. And if you want to learn more, we have a playbook on this topic that we can pass out to you as well. Thanks so much for seeing us today. We look forward to answering any questions at our booth.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Chief AI Officer, Dialpad, Jim Palmer.
Thank you for that wonderful intro. That's fantastic. Hi, I am the Chief AI Officer here at Dialpad. I have been doing AI for some time. About 10 years ago, I started a company called TalkIQ, which is one of the early pioneers in the AI and conversational intelligence space, and been subsequently acquired by Dialpad over 7 years ago, and we've been investing in AI since then. So I have a lot of things I would love to share. I'm going to try and pack in as much as I can here in just 10 minutes, but I'd love to say, hey, a little bit of a kind of precursor, hey, come and find me at the Dialpad booth after this as well. So I want to talk a couple bits about just some, really, really practical and responsible AI. And I've listened to so many great talks today. I've seen so much that's happened, even just yesterday, let alone the previous week, let alone the past, 10 years being fully engrossed in the world of AI. But in the simple sense of, let's not forget to just do this responsibly. And I want to talk about a couple of pitfalls, common pitfalls, things that I and my team and us at Dialpad have learned along the way. But there are really going to be kind of two big themes, and really data governance is at the heart of it. And how can you build a data governance? What are the most important parts of that? And we dive in a little bit deeper. Getting into some of the pitfalls, though, don't overestimate the power of the third-party AI. Understand when to use generative AI and when not to. Gen AI can do a lot. Gen AI can solve classifier problems very, very well, but do you need to use a trillion parameter model to do a classification problem when a classifier could be almost as accurate, if not more accurate in some cases? So understand your use cases. Plan and manage your cost, your throughput, and also, even more importantly, your risk. And I'll double down on a couple points for the pitfalls when it comes down to the risk. Also, the really important part that really boils down to how it affects your price and your customer experience, and a little less so your accuracy, but is ultimately, what are your use cases? Do they need to be real time? Can they be deferred? And can they be ultimately in batch? And there's a different kind of cost and scaling profile, especially if you're leveraging third party as well as doing in-house work as well. So having a good idea of what you need to do in real time versus what you can do a little bit later is very important from a strategy standpoint. And then also really just what is the quality of your data? And I want to jump into this, understanding your risk, understanding the quality, understanding what the AI can and cannot do. And then there really are these kind of two buckets for these perpetual investments. Whether you have an in-house AI team or you're using a third party or multiple third parties, you're always going to need a data governance story. What is it that you're investing in to manage and set up and structure your data? I've heard a lot of mention of structured data. There's a lot of even other vendors. You're going to hear some even jumping up on the stage talking about how do you, for all intents and purposes, govern your data better? How do you structure it better? How do you get your data into even third-party LLMs, even if you have in-house effort as well? So this is pivotal, always having that story and always constantly evolving that data governance story. And then really training. And I'm using training very, very loosely here because, yes, even with our team, our in-house efforts, we do train our own models. And that's a significant upfront investment, significant upfront cost, but there is also a lot that we've learned that is transferable to even using, say, something like a third party. You can do things like fine-tuning on third party or cloud offerings, as well as going full-blown pre-training with your own in-house models if you get to the point where that's something that's a worthwhile investment. Let me dig a little bit deeper here. There we go. I want to come back to the data governance. And this is probably the most simplified graph, a simplified flow of a data governance story that I could actually dig up. And every one of these points is really important. But I just want to give a tease of what is your data? Do you know what your data is? Do you know the flow of your data? What can you use and what can you not use? What is your opt-in and your opt-out strategy? What is private? What is public? Do you have anonymization? Do you have PII filtration? Just like you're going to have to be able to answer a lot of those questions, especially if you're going to be using something like a third party, understanding if they have a data processing agreement. Do you have, what kind of agreements and protections do you have ultimately in place? So don't forget about a lot of those steps to understand what you have and what you might be giving away and how you're going to be able to protect that, especially when using third party. So I'm going to love to say, hey, I could go into more detail about that slide at the booth just a little bit later, but here's where I think the real cheat code is. And I love red teaming. And it's not so much red teaming in kind of the Cold War-esque scenario where it's ultimately like adversarial testing. this is the major cheat code that we have been doing at Dialpad to help us understand what the AI can't do, and at the same time you get this net benefit of figuring out what it can do. And so I know there's numerous vendors out there, there's a whole cottage industry, there's startups just popping up left and right that can help all of us as practitioners and builders of AI to better understand what AI can and can't do. And this is especially important right now as we're getting into the MCP and the A2A, agent to agent, and understanding what other AI systems and what information you're going to be sharing, and ultimately what those AI systems are going to be doing with that data. So red teaming this can be a manual process. There are open source tools out there. This could be something even as simple as a spreadsheet. But it's a shared kind of task where you're understanding, okay, what do we think is going to be that risk factor? What do we think is going to be, in thinking about it as like a CISO as well, thinking about what are my attack vectors? That's one kind of way to step into it. But it's also, you're going to figure out where and why and what it can't do. That can help you then start answering those questions of what guardrails do I need to set up? I'm not going to just go download a predefined set of guardrails. I might not absolutely trust one vendor that can or can't do this, setting up and being 100% protected. If you're talking about even like a chatbot doing digital deflection, how can you, you might be able to monitor, but how can you improve that deflection rate? How can you understand where it can't go? And there was a really great talk with the HubSpot CEO talking about that the questions that weren't answered, right? And we're going to be getting into this, hey, how are AI systems being able to learn from unanswered questions? How are you going to be able to harvest and mine that data to be able to bring that into your AI experience, whether you're using in-house or third party? And red teaming is a really strong way to help you find out not only what some of those unanswered questions are, where it's some of those, if it's going to emit harmful content, hallucinations, other things that are going to prevent or cause a poor experience with whatever AI that you might put out in front of your customers. All right, jumping ahead here. Another bit here for practical AI investment, or really training investments, is that you can start small. And if you're starting with red teaming, you're starting to see what data is going to go in and what data is going to come out. Whether it's something that's adversarial, what's coming back from the inference or the completion is good or is bad. This can help you set up, essentially, a training data set. You're basically getting to this, and this is a little bit bottom up here, but even something like RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, is technically, you can use similar data for RAG for a much deeper training. You can do things, even the next step up, doing fine tuning, being able to increase that accuracy for very specific use cases, and then growing that into pre-training and really that intermediate continued pre-training where it can help not only with those specific use cases based off of the data that you had built and developed from not only your red teaming, but also your customer feedback. Your customers are telling you where it works and where it doesn't work. You start to understand your data better and better. And then really from kind of the holy grail in terms of the fully pre-trained models is where you start to get that high level of generalization. And you need to really invest in your data governance strategy. You need to really invest in understanding the full spectrum of what works and what doesn't to be able to get to that part. But still, even if you're using a third party, building something with like a RAG flow can set you up. It's a good investment either way because you're still leveraging a third party. You might not have made a huge investment in your own AI, but you have the data, and the data is yours. The data is king. The data is gold. All right, key takeaways here, because I got 40 seconds. Responsible AI, data governance, understand your data, knows what goes in, try to understand what goes out, not just adding an observability layer or just raw telemetry. Yes, do all of that. That's great, but continuously test it. Bring the humans into the loop. Bring the other LLMs into the loop. Don't be afraid of, and definitely leverage LLM as evals, or evaluations rather as well. So red teaming, one of my absolute favorite. We do this continuously. We have been doing this continuously, and the net win for us has been significant. What are your iterative investments from a training perspective? RAG is that, I'm not going to say it's basically for free, but it's a great starting point, and it helps you manage and maintain your data and tell your governance story. Continuous learning, always be improving, always be helping, and even if you're leveraging third party to get better and better. And don't forget to measure ROI, which we have seen in a great many of other talks. Let's finally get to that pay to value. All right, thank you. Any questions? Please stop by the Dialpad booth, right in the middle.
Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage founder and CEO Flatline, David Boscovich.
Thank you, thank you. Flatline. All right, I have to edit that one. It's flat file. Yeah, I'm founder, CEO of Flatfile. For context, Flatfile is building AI agents for enterprises that allow companies to prepare data, clean up data, relatively sensitive environments. And I wanted to do this talk today for two reasons. One is, as we've been selling into this environment, we've had to guide a lot of our customers through thinking about how to deploy agents in highly sensitive environments and in large workforces. Secondly, as a founder of a growth stage company, I'm obsessed with trying to figure out how to violate the laws of physics that affect scale of any sort. And this talk is going to cover a bit of what we've been learning on that. I think generally, solving these problems with AI is incredibly nascent, right? Like every piece of advice you get has not stood the test of time, and this also has not. But these are the things that we are learning, and I think they might be relevant to some of you. So I want to start with a very, a point that we've been coming to realize a lot more and more and more. And that is, the first reactions most people are getting with AI is, hey, this is going to improve things, right? This is going to augment our team. It's going to sort of make us better at these things. It is not just that. It is truly much more of a reset. And I'll give you a couple examples here. Think about the orthodoxies that we've come to accept in B2B SaaS, right? Let's just take sales, right? If you want to scale a sales-led enterprise B2B SaaS company and you went to your board and you're like, hey, I want to 10x my company this year. They'd be like, okay, let's see a plan that makes that work. And you start putting it on paper and you're like, okay, well, my reps have $1 million quota. The ramp is about 3 to 6 months if we're lucky. They do about 70 to 80% attainment. You start trying to build a model that 10x's and you realize you don't have enough money in the bank to hire enough salespeople to actually grow. That's just a lie. Like, you can't escape it, right? Like, what are you going to do? You grow slower, you figure some other strategy out. And there are a lot of these things that have come to govern just the economics of almost everything we do. But if you think back to, let's say, 15 years ago, the cost of launching a single rocket into space was $1.5 billion. Now you can launch 20 rockets for that price, and those rockets can carry 10 times as much. And when you shift the economics of something that substantially, something very interesting happens, right? We start being able to do things that historically weren't possible. We're not just launching rockets faster and better. We now have space internet, right? That could not actually happen if the economics were different. And there's a lot of things that we're going to be able to do in software and in SaaS that have a very similar effect, right? The economics are shifting. New things become possible that weren't before. We're not just doing the same old thing better. We're actually breaking down like entirely new possibilities, entirely new go-to-market strategies. So I want to talk through, though, a few paradigms that are emerging in AI that I think need to be evaluated with a critical eye. The first one is this. I think this is the most sinister of all because it sounds good. It feels good to talk up to your team about this, right? You say, hey, use AI. It's going to make you more effective. It's going to improve your output. Hey, don't worry. AI isn't going to take your job. It's going to make you better at what you do. Or the one that we are seeing a lot of right now, like AI isn't going to take your job. Someone using AI better than you will. Both of these are based in this idea that AI increases the economic output of a person, but the job of that person doesn't change. The job description doesn't change, right? Still an engineer writing code, just more code, right? Still a content marketer creating clickbait, just more clickbait. And we go, okay, cool, we can now get more of the same output. The second thing that's happening, and if you've logged onto Wi-Fi, you might have been hit in the face with this. Oh, my other slide isn't in here. All right, I'm gonna talk this one. Is this idea of replacement, right? So we put a human face mask on top of a robot, and we call it an AI SDR, or an AI engineer. We try to shove a robot into a human-shaped suit. That's not actually the right way to approach things either. And if any of you have actually tried to deploy any of these technologies, you know exactly what I'm talking about. AI does not have the same strengths and weaknesses that people do. It has different strengths and different weaknesses. And we should design roles specifically for AI that are not anthropomorphized, right? They are the jobs that AI is good at doing. To describe the approach that has started working for us, where we've seen 10 to 100x improvements in output, right? These are not just augmentations. They're not replacements. There's another thing you can do, and it requires a lot more of an uncomfortable approach to organizational design. Oh, am I? Oh. I don't think it's on me. All right. Fade in and out. We're good. And it's the idea is predicated on how we design accountability in a business, right? When you design a human role, you design responsibilities around a peak of proficiency, right? There's something someone's really good at, and then there's diminishing returns the further away from that you get. So we design roles around that, right? We have salespeople, we have engineers, we have marketers, et cetera. With AI, however, you have a very different problem, right? AI brings a large number of points of efficiency. And you have to build an organization that can somehow take that workforce, right, 100 points of efficiency, right, and amplify that. And that's when we see people producing insane outputs. They're people who are, where the paradigm has been switched upside down, right? Instead of AI amplifying the person, right, the person is amplifying the results of AI. They're directing it. They are making sure that the judgment being used, the taste, the responsibility is going in the right direction, right? And I'll give you a practical example of this. This is a role that we have spent probably the most time trying to hire. Now, are there any content marketers in the room? One, all right. I'm trying not to dunk on you too hard. Content marketing is an interesting problem. Historically, most things in marketing have been designed to develop systems of scale that are relatively methodical. Content particularly, if you try to hire a content marketer, you're going to find people that are really good at fitting into a content schedule, producing content that follows a certain set of rules, that matches SEO, doing various different things like that. Right? Content leaders, right, get really good at managing the operational problems of shipping content, right? You get good at managing that calendar, figuring out how many people you have that can actually write, how many contract resources you have. Do they know, are they subject matter experts? Are the facts going to be correct? So all of that is different. And we were trying to hire for this role, we were trying to find someone who could be this amplifier for it. Then we went through 30 plus people before we found someone, and we knew the moment we interviewed this person exactly what we had found, right? This person came to the table and said, hey, I don't think there's a lot of value in writing and generating this content myself, but I want to show you this rubric I've created for how I get AI to produce good things, right? Like things that I think have taste, things that I think are quality. What that person brought to the table is three things, right? They brought taste. They were a taste maker. They were a storyteller. They brought the ability to exercise judgment on the outputs. I think this is good. I think it is bad. And then they were good at prompt engineering, right? A content marketer of the future is actually a good prompt engineer around content, right? They're going, hey, actually do it this way. Think about it this way. Here's the context you need, etc. And this person is capable of producing content at 100 times the scale of a team of 4 or 5 because the content frameworks are accurate, they're tasteful, they're good. And at Flatfile, we have a rule that we only make content that matters. We do not ship clickbait. We try to have, the content we produce has to be valuable to someone, valuable enough they would share it. So the bar is pretty high. And you think about how this is designed, right? You have a storyteller who brings taste and judgment to the mix, and you have a lot of robots, these points of competence that can be amplified by that person, right? The actual writing of the copy, AI can do that. The fact checking, AI can do most of that as well. Right, SEO, right? AI can do that, right? Like these things, these are good roles for AI. But if you're trying to get an AI content marketer from that startup that you just found, right? It's going to have weaknesses, right? It's going to be lacking some of the things that people really bring to the table here. And this comes down to a description of the new talent archetype that I think everybody has to be looking for either inside of your companies or as you are hiring. And this is an uncomfortable conversation because not everybody in your company is going to be able to sort of operate like this, right? They might have been the machines, right? Historically, we've built companies to turn people into a bit of a machine, right? We want methodical outputs. We want methodically good results. We have great boxes, we put people in them, and we say, hey, produce this result over and over and over again. But now we actually have machines that can be machines. So people can be unleashed, but not everybody has the muscles, not everybody has the skills to do that. But you do, if you want the kind of amplification you can get, you have to find the people who want to be unleashed, who have opinions, and those opinions are good. They have good taste. They have good judgment. You could trust this person to make the right decision because the execution, right? Execution is either already commoditized or it is about to be, right? Execution in many of these areas is getting easier and easier and easier and more efficient. Executing on this organizationally is also practical. So I'm very excited, obviously, about the impact this can have organizationally. And hopefully, some of what I've shared here can give you a rubric to start thinking about. But deploying this in an organization is actually very interesting. Because while culturally, you're looking for tastemakers, operationally, you actually have to build a machine because you have humans and machines now working together. Your leaders are now no longer just leaders. They are part architects. They have to design a system. They have to design a series of computers working together alongside a human being. So leadership accountability changes as well. What you expect, what you demand from your executives has to change. I highlighted this one in the center because it's the one that kind of snuck up on us. If you cannot translate your ideas of what can be done with AI, if you can go into ChatGPT and prompt something and you're like, oh, this looks like we could do it, but then you cannot operationalize that in your business, you're not ready to deploy it, right? So you need these people in your company, in nearly every organization, that are capable of operationally deploying AI. They might be the vibe coders of your org. They can create dashboards in an evening or a day, and they can go and deploy these ideas. We did this recently in our outbound motion. We're like, hey, we could probably use ChatGPT to deep research every market and company that we go into. We spent $10,000 on Perplexity credits, but we needed somebody to create the dashboard that actually went and operationally researched these companies. These products don't exist, right? So you actually need people who are going to be able to build these tools. So your RevOps people are actually prompt engineers, right? They're operationally deploying AI. And the people whose judgment you trust the most, those people you give the job of underwriting the result, right? Especially if you're producing a volume of it. Right, the more and more trusted an employee you have, you find ways to put them in the place where they can transfer the liability from the AI to the person so the business can operate. Because at the end of the day, if you have AI generate the wrong thing, you can't go sue ChatGPT for the impact that had on your financial reports, right? You still need someone with good judgment who's going to be able to exercise that on the data. So this is the practical deployment. You do need all three of these people. We have not found a way to deploy this at scale any other way. And this one in the center is probably the hardest one to find and the most in demand right now. But if you are someone who's a vibe coder, but like not launching a startup, go start doing this in your company. Build internal tools day after day that just optimize these processes away. There are three things I'll leave you with, just like that you will run into as you do this. They're not scary, but they are relevant to know. Right? AI is frequently going to be more capable than you are ready to deploy. It's not a bad thing. It's almost always going to be moving faster, at least for the next probably 5 or 10 years. But understand how you deploy it matters. Right? Can you operationalize this? Is it just because it's possible doesn't mean it can be operationalized? This is one that really sneaks up on you. Drift. Right? Models are not moving in a linear fashion. Right? They move from side to side. As any of you playing around with ChatGPT 4.1 realized when it started like complimenting your wife after you asked it questions, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? And it's like being overly saccharine. Right? That can sneak up. And if that's going out in your content, it's like, oops, like what's going on here? So you have to be able to respond to that and make sure your work accounts for it. The last piece here, and this is the most uncomfortable, is there are people in your org that are going to love this. They're going to benefit from it. And there are people who are going to become less and less relevant. You will need to deal with the organizational and cultural impact of this. It will hurt if you don't. So to wrap up, again, all the advice I found on this is incredibly nascent, right? Like the market as a whole is figuring out how to deploy AI. We are trying to figure it out, and I'm sharing this with you to hopefully, just start the conversation around what is possible and what we're seeing work. But if there is one point that I leave you with, it is that everything is changing, right? AI at scale isn't just about augmenting your team. It's about rethinking how work even works. So thank you. Thanks for coming to my talk. Appreciate it. Add me on Twitter. Follow me on LinkedIn. I'd love to continue conversations around this. If there are things you're learning, please reach out. I'd like to talk about it. And we do have a booth over in the main area. You can see it on the banners. You can come over and say hi. I'll be there all afternoon. And if you just want to talk about deploying agents, we're here to chat. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Director, Business Travel and Head of Booking.com for Business, Booking.com, Joshua Wood, and Head of Marketing, Booking.com for Business, Booking.com, Nadine Blocker.
Hello. As SaaS leaders, we all know the importance of data, right? We need it immediately, and it needs to be accurate, and it's really important. And look at these beautiful dashboards that we have. But we've also all felt the feeling, right? Of you looking at those dashboards, and you're like, okay, this is good, but what's actually going to move my business? What's going to make the next step? How are we going to really make a new growth trajectory, right? We felt that way too, right? Booking.com for Business, we are a startup within Booking.com. We have no sales team, a limited marketing team, and a mission to make business travel better for everyone in the world. And to do that, to make a real dent in the universe, we need to be smarter, right? We need to be smarter with the way that we approach things. So we leverage data to do that. Now, data is really important, but let's be honest. Data doesn't actually move your business. It's the decisions that data allows that moves your business. So what we'd like to go over is how we've learned to use data, what rules we've put together, and how we make better decisions with it. So the first one is start with questions, not dashboards, right? What are the things you're trying to solve for customers? What are the metrics that you're trying to move? That's where you start. And then you look for the data that will help you make that decision. If you don't have the data, go get it fast, right? Because speed is super important. We're all going to die. We need to make a difference today. Yeah, I know, I'm really upbeat, but it's true. Like, we have stuff to get done. So part of that is experimenting relentlessly with purpose. What do I mean by that, right? So we run lots and lots of experiments. Those experiments need to all be centered around having concrete business metrics that we're trying to achieve. Did this thing help us achieve it or not, right? All data is not equal. We're surrounded by data. It's really, really easy to just look at tons and tons of really interesting things. Interesting things aren't going to change the trajectory of your business. Actionable things are. Be relentless on focusing on actionable data. And data is a tool, right? Don't just sit around. Don't debate. Act. 99% of decisions you'll make, you can reverse. There's very, very rare things that you can do that you can't undo. I have a saying that I tell my team all the time. I would rather know that I'm wrong than think I'm right. Because if I know I'm wrong, I can change. And we can change the trajectory of our business. And finally, think about customers, not just KPIs. Behind every single one of those numbers are real customers, and you're trying to solve a problem for them. Now, that's great. These are nice rules, but how do we actually apply that to making better decisions? We have 3 examples that we're happy to share with you. And with the first, Nadine will show you how we use data to make better marketing decisions.
Thank you, Josh. So on a monthly basis, we acquire thousands and thousands of customers on the Booking.com for Business platform. But here's the kicker. As Josh said, we don't have a sales team. We have a very small marketing team and very limited budget. So we need to make every decision we make, it needs to be sharp, it needs to be data-driven, and it needs to be focused on growth. So what did we do? We looked at our high-value customers, and we looked at what are the commonalities between those customers, and we found these traits. So first of all, if we look back on their life cycle, when they first joined us, they onboarded fastest. They also used a very specific set of features very early on in their life cycle. And lastly, there were a lot of small to mid-sized companies, a lot of startups and scale-ups. So we used these data points to shape our marketing. And instead of going for growth and scale and volumes, we actually narrowed down our focus. So what did we do? So within our customer base, we have all sorts of customers in all sorts of sizes. But actually, we narrowed our focus, and we focused purely on customers with the employee size of 2 to 250 employees. We also made a very bold decision and dedicated a significant amount of our resources to onboarding our customers, to activating all those new signups that are coming in. And lastly, we experimented within the market to find those lookalike high-value customers, not only on employee size, but also on geography and on industry. And it worked. We're acquiring customers on a double-digit growth rates, and it's ROI positive. So no sales hand-holding, really using very specific actionable data points and apply that to your marketing. But that also, of course, only works if you have a product that customers love. So Josh, tell us a bit about that.
Absolutely. So we get more customers in. Now we need to convert them, right? How do we make more sales? Well, at Booking.com, we have a long history of experimentation as it comes to product development. In fact, we run thousands of experiments a day, and we've been doing that for 20 years. We took that same approach and run A/B experiments on Booking for Business. This example that we're about to show you is an experiment where we wanted to make it easier for customers to find the perfect place to stay. With over 28 million listings, it's very easy for customers to suffer from decision paralysis. However, we have a lot of data, and we're able to make recommendations of this is a perfect place to stay, this is a perfect room, this is a perfect rate for you in that moment for what you're trying to do. Those recommendations were fairly low down on the page. So what we did was we ran an experiment where we raised it to the top of the page, right? Here's the recommendation. We think this is a good room for you. When we did that, we increased conversion by double digits. That then allowed us to decrease our customer acquisition cost, increase our customer activation rate, increase our customer lifetime value, and the net of all that is Nadine can spend more, the same amount of marketing money and get way more customers, which allows us to then scale our business. And this led to a trajectory change in our year-over-year growth. Now, the final thing, though, once you have customers, you need to keep them. So Nadine, can you tell us how we do that?
Yeah, exactly. So the key levels of growth is not only the acquisition and activation, like Josh said, that is keeping those customers and retain those customers. But we didn't want to spend a lot of time on why those customers are leaving us and how we can find them back, but because we don't have a sales team, we don't have the capacity to do that. So we flipped around the question and asked ourselves, what were the very early signs for those customers to finally churn? And what we found is that these customers, early on, their usage within the product, the behavioral usage within the product, dropped within the first 30 days. They also didn't touch any of those popular features. And lastly, we saw very limited team activations of their teams within the product. So with these data points, we went to our data analyst team, and they helped us to build within a month a early churn risk statistical model. And we, as marketing, was time then to take action on those. So we're using those triggers to send them automated lifecycle campaigns triggered by those signals. We also introduced more timely product updates, not only to talk about the new features, also to talk about the unused features, to link all those customers back to value. And we did that via email or in product. And lastly, we introduced abandonment emails for those customers who still did show some intent to bring them back to conversion. And it was working. We were making a meaningful impact on retention, which is maybe using these tactics not a big surprise. But what was most exciting is that we made the biggest impact on those valuable customers, which are really important for the long-term growth. So again, it was very specific on data, and then take action on those.
Yeah, so those are the 5 rules that we apply to being able to make better decisions using data at Booking for Business. By doing that, we scaled our company, within a company, from 0 customers to over 1 million customers. And hopefully, this information also allows you to scale your business and make a dent in the universe. I can't wait to read about all of your businesses, how you're able to get billions of in valuation and stuff like that, and be a success like we've been able to do. We're happy to answer your questions back at our booth, and thank you so much for your time. Don't fall off the stage.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be with you all. My name is Anik Drumright. I am the VP of Product for IT at Rippling. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about Rippling's secret sauce. So for those of you who don't know, Rippling is a workforce management system. And what makes Rippling really unique is how it approaches being a startup. So most startups are singular in focus. They want to build a point solution. Rippling's entire thesis is we actually want to be a compound startup. And the reason why is because we believe we can create a better, more integrated experience for admins. And also, as a business, it helps us grow a lot faster. So the unique insight that powers Rippling is that employee data is what powers every single workforce management tool. And so what we've done with that is we've built an employee graph. And on top of that employee graph, we've built common components, permissions, analytics, groups, policies. And the benefit for an admin is no matter what product I'm leveraging from Rippling, I already know the system, right? There's no learning curve. And on top of that, we're able to create incredible amounts of automation. So on top of that common foundation of data and common units that I like to think of as our platform Legos, we have built Rippling HCM, Rippling IT, and Rippling Spend. And again, this is a really novel way to approach building a company. Most people are focused on a single point solution, and we're actually building all of these businesses in parallel. And the question is, how do we do it? So first, let's give a little bit of a sense of just our scale. So we have built over 25 products in 9 years. We have over 20,000 global customers. We have over 150 former founders in seat. And we have over 30 employees with patents filed for inventions made at Rippling. And what I'd like you all to take away from kind of these stats is just the general scale Rippling is operating at could not possibly be done by one single person, right? There are many employees at Rippling that are constantly incubating and executing and scaling these businesses and these product lines while servicing our customers. So the question is, how are we doing it? So Parker Conrad is our CEO, and one of his pearls of wisdom is that Rippling has one underlying insight. We run hard and we push the limits of what is possible. And we do this day in and day out. So in thinking about what to share with SaaStr, I was like, man, what is it that we're avoiding within Rippling? And I think there are common pieces of wisdom that you often adopt because you think it's wise. And I think what Rippling has really proactively done is say, no, we don't want to fall into those traps. So the first is delegation, right? I'm a manager, I'm a leader, I'm going to delegate that problem. At Rippling, we don't like to over-delegate. The next is moving step by step, that you can only do one thing at a time. When I'm interviewing candidates, people ask me, what should I know about Rippling product culture? And I said, it's an and culture, right? A traditional PM, you're trained to think about prioritization. You got to prioritize, you got to prioritize, you got to prioritize. I'm not saying we don't prioritize at Rippling, but it's not singular, right? We believe our magic sauce is actually in building parallel products that can work together. So we actually challenge this idea that you should be doing something just one step at a time. And then the next one is being patient. I would say, we all strive to be respectful and to be good teammates, but we actually rely on being somewhat impatient at Rippling as a way to consistently be incubating and innovating at this scale. So here is what we do instead. One of our first core values that you learn as a new employee at Rippling is that it is your responsibility to go and see. So if something's not working and you just get a spreadsheet or a summary, it's actually your responsibility to go down to the source of that data and really understand what's happening for a customer, right? So if you say, hey, this product isn't going well, here's the aggregated data, here's 50% of that data, it's not enough to stop at that aggregate, you need to go read those support tickets. You need to go call the customer. You need to go listen to the gong and actually intimately understand what was the customer's experience, what was your team doing that could have resulted in that. So I wanted to just show a couple of examples of what this looks like on just an average week at Rippling. So here is a message, right? Very, very simple. Hey, the first item in the first epic that I clicked through was a loan item labeled high priority, and it dates back to July 2024. This is feedback coming from a roadmap review. Roadmap was submitted, details were hyperlinked, and then the epic that you clicked into, it wasn't groomed. I actually think it's extremely unusual that a CPO, a CEO, a COO is going to that level of detail, and this is just a random review. And so you see that happening all across Rippling. From a product management perspective, when we talk about going and seeing, right, Rippling's product is powering an entire workforce. So I'm the VP of product for IT. I am not an IT manager by trade, but the products that I'm building are for the IT buyer. It's for someone who's running IT, for their company, and I need to be intimately in the weeds of what that experience is. So every week at Rippling, I do MFA resets. Why? Because I need to go and see and deeply understand what my customer experience is of my product. It's not enough for me just to listen to the sales call and get sales feedback. I personally need to go and see and understand the details. And so when I say that we avoid over-delegating, we avoid delegating knowledge of what the actual experience is of our customers and how the decisions we are making are impacting that experience. The next big thing that I would say is very routine at Rippling is at every level of planning, specifically product planning, we just bet bigger, right? So if you are, it's very standard across product teams to say, hey, I have this support issue, or I have this engineering velocity issue, I need to go fix it. That will always be pushed to saying, how can you make it step change better? Not only just to go alleviate those issues, but how can you make it more valuable? How can you make this tool that we're building internally valuable for customers? I think the other thing that you will see on our roadmaps is that you won't see 100 A/B tests. Why? It's not that you won't see any, right? A/B testing is incredibly valuable. You get a lot of learnings, but it's inherently incremental. So if you are looking at your roadmap and all you see are A/B tests, know that you are in the position of only being incremental, right? There is no step change bet on that roadmap. And so I think the other piece is just we have one, depending on where your product maturity is, you will have 1 to 2 key step change items per quarter, per 6 months, per year that can either introduce a new product line or step change the product line that you are building today. And I was trying to find a screenshot of what to show you all, but it's confidential, so you're going to have to trust me that it's on the roadmaps. The third one that I think is actually truly the meat of our secret sauce is just how every Rippler shows up to work every single day. We are obsessed with urgency, right? It comes in who we decide to hire. We have a ton of ex-founders on the Rippling team. We hire people who are actively choosing startups. And we are wildly impatient. Across A through Z at the company, whether you are the CEO or you are a support agent debugging something for a customer, you are empowered to say, what is the MMDD? And that means, what's the month and date that is going to happen for me? And if you cannot give that month and date, then the next question will be, well, when can you give me that month and date? And it sounds super, super simple, but it completely changes the culture, right? It's not an infinite amount of time. It is contained, and it compels you to take action, right? I can tell you for myself, at the end of the day at 5 p.m., if I know I have an MMDD that I gave someone, it's itching at me, right? And it drives the entire momentum of how we build at Rippling, and I truly think it's one of the things that makes our product building and business building really unique is how urgent we are and how this one simple thing really, really drives that urgency. I think the other things that you'll see very commonplace as we're building products at Rippling is who owns this? Who can I talk to? Who owns this? Let's get very, very specific. And then the other one that I've observed is we just call, right? We are encouraged not to just wait to be blocked, but to actually, huddle that person urgently. Give them a call, get unblocked, because again, that MMDD culture is driving us to act urgently. So this is a fun one. As we were building this slide, I just pulled quotes from like an average Tuesday of what we're seeing on Slack, right? And what you see is there an MMDD on this? A little frustrating because I asked the same thing last Tuesday. I know everyone's working hard, but we need to close the loop on the details that matter. And again, what I think is really, really impressive about the Rippling culture now working there is it's not just our CEO pushing this. It is every person who works at Rippling is taking this level of ownership and urgency against the business, against servicing customers, against building the product. And that's one of the key reasons we're able to build so many businesses and product lines in parallel. So I think to close it out, for Rippling, building value means hyper-focus on how we operate, right? The pearl of wisdom for startups is to be hyper-focused on a single problem. I would say at Rippling, we're hyper-focused on how we operate and how we service customers. And there's huge emphasis on going and seeing to stay close to your product, into your operations, to bet bigger, to make sure that we are constantly pushing ourselves to the next frontier where we can service customers, and to really, really drive urgency in order to achieve that. Does anyone have any questions? There's an open mic.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. So, not to make this about AI, but obviously Rippling sits on top of the employee graph, right? So, a lot of room for super deep agentic AI there. So, how do you guys think about, are there AI teams? Is there just an AI section as part of every PRD? Like, how do you have that AI fluency as part of the culture in the AI world?
There are definitely areas of the product where you will see us investing more in AI. And again, because Rippling sits on this incredible amount of data, it's a natural transition for us. But where we really are focusing is by business line, how can we leverage AI in a way that automates our work for our admins, right? Because our mission is to eliminate all busy work for admins. So yes, there are very specific teams that are spiking in AI to build out new products, but then also within the various business suites, there's an opportunity to leverage AI to further automate that busy work. So you're kind of seeing it dual planed, both at the product team level, and then also there are individual teams building out products, new products.
How do you dog food at scale? There's so many permutations and combinations in the enterprise. Somebody could be using Gmail, somebody could be using Office 365. You mentioned MFA, something you're dog fooding. How do you do that at scale for all your customers?
So depending on what the product is, so all products at Rippling get launched to Rippling first. And we are, 4,000 plus employees. So we are a large company that has many different permutations of devices, tools, et cetera. So it gives us a great opportunity to dog food. So all products must pass through Parker's Bar ahead of getting GA'd. And also we consistently dog food our products first. And then on top of it, I can say for the IT product specifically, we make sure that we have different devices from different years running on different systems that we test ahead of rolling out.
customer of Rippling. I love it, for sure. So I have a question. When do you guys, from a product standpoint, think of it as a feature versus an app versus, you know, a cloud? Like, is there a specific specification you guys have around this? But how do you define, okay, this is app-worthy or cloud-worthy?
So if something, okay, so Rippling has standard clouds, right? We have HCM, spend, and IT, and that's generally how the apps layer up. And then, of course, we have the platform. But generally, the way that we think about what is a separate app is either it's going to service the customer better if it's a separate app, it's a component that can be used across the entirety of the platform, or it can be a separate product SKU. But we generally, it's one of those three answers, but it's generally a decision that is made at the executive level.
Hey, how are you? Thank you for...
I think that we are done. I am so sorry. Thank you all so much for joining. It was really, really nice to connect.
Please welcome to the stage partner, Bessemer Venture Partners, Talia Goldberg, and Chief Operating Officer, Google Cloud, Francis D'Souza.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our session today. Promises to be a good discussion, and maybe we'll just start with introductions. I'll put you on the spot. Talia, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me here. SaaStr has grown tremendously, and we've been super proud to be a part of it for many years. I'm a partner at Bessemer Venture Partners. We are a global venture firm investing in audacious founders building the next generation of legendary businesses from the earliest stages, when you're just an idea on a napkin, all the way up to late stage, growth stage, pre-IPO companies. And so I've been fortunate to work with a lot of our AI native companies like Perplexity and Super Maven Cursor and Anthropic and the like.
Great. Well, thank you for doing this. And I am Francis D'Souza. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Google Cloud. As many of you may know, we have a big focus at Google Cloud on the startup community. And one of the reasons startups choose to work with us, in addition to the strengths of our enterprise-ready cloud offerings, are that we've invested in the AI stack, all the way from chips to models and applications. And we make that expertise available to startups. And so we have a very robust startup program. If you want to learn more about it, talk to me afterwards. So Talia, let's start with, this is an incredible time to be an entrepreneur. Let's talk a little bit about the big trends you're seeing in AI and what's driving this moment.
Gosh, this is just an unbelievable moment in AI. And every day that, if I reflect on the last 2-3 years, all the progress that we thought might happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now, feels like it's happening in even just 1 year. And so the pace at which the field is advancing is just so mind-blowing. And by the way, from an investing standpoint, that means that probably the number one thing that we look for, or at least I look for in teams, is speed of execution. It is so hard to, at the earliest stages, you really don't have moats. You have teams, you're building, you're doing what you can, and how fast you can move and adapt to this rapidly changing market, that is so critical. But from a trend perspective and what we're seeing, we've really seen this shift from language models that we're generating to now taking action and this agent ecosystem. And so where markets used to tap into just software budget, we're now seeing that change into labor budget and code becoming labor itself. And that's a really interesting trend that we're spending time in. I imagine you're seeing things somewhat similar. But Francis, I know you have been at Google only 4 months, so somewhat new, but it's such an incredible landscape to see what's happening in the AI ecosystem. I can't think of anyone better, from the startup world to the model layer to the application layer, enterprises. What's been most surprising to you, and what are your biggest observations a few months in?
Yeah, I think one of the things that has really surprised me is how fast AI is being adopted by even the largest companies in the world. I think in my 3 decades plus in tech, this is the fastest I've seen of an adoption of any technology ever. A year ago, we would have been talking about pilots that were being done at customers. Everybody was doing a pilot, but it wasn't clear anybody was ready to roll Gen AI out into production. A year later, we now have some of the largest companies in the world, the Verizons of the world, the Seattle Children's Hospitals, Toyotas of the world, that have already rolled out Gen AI applications, on the factory floor, in the hospital, in the call centers. So not only is it fast, but the other thing that's surprising is we're seeing large companies lead the revolution as much as digital natives. Again, typically, technology finds its footing first in smaller companies that move more quickly, but this wave is being adopted by large companies too, and I think it speaks to the really significant benefits that companies are able to see really quickly from adopting Gen AI. So that's been probably the single biggest surprise. The second surprise may be around the fact that because the technology is evolving so quickly, it's becoming really clear that a winning strategy as a vendor and as an enterprise is to make sure that you stay open. We don't believe the end is there's going to be one model to rule them all. That's why in our Vertex AI platform, we support over 30 models across different vendors, right? And so there are actually between the vendors and the models itself, it's over 200 models that we support in Vertex AI. And so our belief is that you're going to see models that show up that are specific for use cases. And so we want to support them all. And again, we think it's going to be an open world going forward.
Well, we really appreciate the openness. Having an open ecosystem is critical for the startup ecosystem to thrive, but we also think leads to a lot of mutual benefits. One of the things that has been so great about Google is that you do support so many models, right? You support Anthropic, and you support all the Gemini models, and lots of open source models, and the ecosystem is so broad. At the same time, a couple of my most recent investments, I've gotten the question from my partnership saying, why won't Google do this? And that's like an age-old question that you get, and maybe I'll be proven wrong, and all these investments were crazy, but there are companies like Perplexity in the search space, or DeepL that's building the AI real-time translation. And one might say, wow, like Google is better positioned. You have more capital, you have the distribution, you have the technology, you have the AI, but yet we've seen a lot of startups continue to succeed. But I'm curious, we have a lot of founders in the room here, and if you were to put on your founder hat and think about what you see at Google, are there areas, though, where you might say, hey, Google's a really open ecosystem, but I wouldn't go there. And this place, Google is going to do this, and we are going to crush this. And in this area, I actually see a lot of opportunity. What advice might you give?
Sure, Talia. And I'll give you a heads up that I'm going to end my answer by asking you, as a venture capitalist, when you look at startups, how do you think about, this is a company that's in the way of where the models are going to go versus you guys having a clear idea of, no, we think this is a space. And I'd love to, at the end of it, I'm going to ask you how you guys think about, whether the startup is likely to thrive or is in the path of a big model. So how do we think about this space? So at Google, we are focused on a few parts of this AI stack. So we have invested now for over a decade at the sort of infrastructure layer, so building chips. In fact, a few weeks ago, we just announced Ironwood, which is the 7th generation of our TPUs, which is coming out at the end of this year in our Google Cloud. It's 40+ exaflops per pod, 9,000 chips per pod. We've invested in the network layer, so we're building on what is already a planet-sized infrastructure with over 2 million miles of fiber that are deployed under the sea, terrestrially, and in the air. We're also investing, obviously, in models. And so we just released a refresh of our 2.5 model, which is at the top of the leaderboards for things like coding and so on. But we also have our image models, our voice models, our video models, our open source models. And as you said, we're partnered with Anthropic, with DeepSeek, with a whole set of other players to make sure that a whole community of models is available to our developers. And then we've picked certain areas where we invest in applications. So we have a call center application, for example. We have an agent building application, Agent Space. We have security agents that are available out of the box. And then for everything else, we rely on you, all of you, the ecosystem, to say, look, the reality is we believe a huge part of the enterprise IT market is going to be transformed over the next few years by companies like you. And that is a lot of ground to cover. And so we're really focused on creating good startup programs, deep ecosystems, technical collaborations, with our experts to enable all of you to go into vertical markets. There are exciting things done in those spaces, companies like Harvey or Glean, or to provide tools, to provide a set of applications that'll be the next generation of some of today's SaaS applications. Those are all areas we are not going into. So let me turn it over to you. How do you think about deciding whether to invest in something or not?
So if I heard that correctly, a lot of the application layer feels very much open too.
Very much.
That aligns well with a lot of where we're spending our time. Look, I think when you're looking at companies like a Google or a Microsoft or an Amazon, pick these large, super large platform businesses. It's really hard to compete with someone that's doing everything. And so as a startup, your best advantage is focus and doing something really, really well. And you have to do something really well to even get the opportunity to do the next thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing. And so that focus is something that we look for. That can be a focus in a horizontal category or in a vertical. Verticals in particular, if the why won't Google do this, it's pretty easy to answer because your TAM is in the trillions, and most of the verticals, even in the multi-billion-dollar or tens of billions of dollar TAM, it's not at the scale yet that a Google is spending time, or there's some amount of innovator's dilemma there. And so those areas are often ripe for startups. But I'll also note that a lot of the best, most interesting companies, they kind of create their own categories. And so it's not even something that we're saying, like, why won't Google do this? You're kind of like, why would anyone do this? And it's funny, but if I think back to Bessemer's first investment at the Series A of Shopify, it was actually a very contrarian investment at the time. No one wanted to invest in this group from Canada that had high churn, and people would say, like, who's actually going to sell things online? It seemed crazy. And these markets that now it seems so obvious, those are also ones that we get really excited about, and teams that see that future and are creating a category and enabling something.
Well, let me, for the benefit of the audience, you guys see a lot, and you have a lot of inbounds. Maybe thousands of companies probably reach out to you guys. How would you advise this team in terms of reaching out to you? There's been a lot of debate about, is a cold email to VCs effective? What is the best way to sort of break through the noise and at least show, Bessemer and you what people are working on?
So most of the companies that I've invested in, I've found them. And there's a lot of different ways to do VC, and some people maybe have it a lot easier than me, and they just sit back and great deals come to them, and they just sit there and the next great bajillion-dollar company falls in their lap. And we try and build the relationships, and we have a reputation, and we want that inbound. But oftentimes, the companies that I get really excited about, I have some thesis, or I've seen something that they're doing, and I'm banging down their doors to try and meet with me. And so build something that people really want. That's great. Show that you're moving fast and executing, and the VCs will find you. That's number one. But separate from that, maybe just a little bit more tactically, I do think the very best connections come from endorsements from oftentimes other founders or customers that find their way in. And I think it's your job as a founder to be able to hustle and to find that way in. And if you can't hustle to find your way in, well, it's going to be hard for you to hustle to find your way into customers too. And so make it happen.
Make it happen. I love that. And from our perspective, we have the Google for Startups program. For those of you in the room here, we do have a booth. So if you want to find a way to get to us, We have a fully staffed booth after this. You can go and again, we are really keen to sort of cultivate the entire ecosystem. We do believe this is going to be a massive, massive opportunity for startups to redefine the enterprise IT infrastructure, and we want to be a part of that. And it's a combination of, again, the network, the credits, the infrastructure, but also access to expertise. So if you're wondering, how do you break through? We have a booth right there. Make sure to come and find us afterwards. Maybe I'll turn it over a little bit to talk a little bit about some of the categories you're excited about and maybe some of the startups that you're invested in that you are super excited about.
Yeah. So a few categories or areas. One, we talked a little bit about this notion of code eating into the labor budget, and actually thinking about just how big. It sometimes breaks the brain to think how big this technology market might be when you take a moment to think that it's not just 1 or 2% of a company's spend on software, but suddenly you can really expand the pie and tap into some of the labor spend and create a lot more productivity. So we're looking at that in particular around different verticals where that specialization can create much better performance and where you can tap into maybe some existing data or distribution partnerships. So one great example in the healthcare space, it's actually really interesting, this shift from to the labor budget has been interesting to see in healthcare specifically, because historically, healthcare was kind of a laggard for the SaaS adoption. In our portfolio, we have a whole team investing a lot in healthcare, and they were always behind in SaaS. And in AI, it's been totally different. We have a company, Abridge, that's one of the fastest growing companies, selling tens of millions of dollars of just contract value even to large hospital systems, doing scribing, but also automating and improving a lot of the back office experience. And by the way, that's so critical for this country and for America to be doing work like that, and so desperately needed as costs are ballooning. And so we're really excited about that space. Maybe the second area I'll just briefly mention is conversational data. A lot of data happens like this, like us having the conversation. You need that context for agents for AI to be able to work. It's not just what's sitting in your email inbox or in the CRM, it's what's happening all around. And so there's actually a company called Recall AI that's like enabling this as a developer platform to make it easy for people to integrate that data or capture and ingest that from video calls and audio calls and meetings. And I think a lot of interesting companies are going to be built by capturing this type of data that previously we couldn't even make sense of without AI.
Yeah.
What about you?
Let me build on that. So first of all, I want to touch on what you said. It is interesting to see that healthcare is among the early adopters for AI. We're seeing that too. And again, like you, historically, healthcare has been very slow to jump on new technologies. But we have lots and lots of cases now of hospitals, drug discovery companies, life science tool companies that are really embracing AI and applications around AI. We are also interested in the whole area of cybersecurity, and we think it's one, as you digitize more of our lives with digital twins and so on. Two, as we move to the cloud, you're creating a greater attack surface area. But then with AI, you are turbocharging both the offense and the defense capabilities. And so we're always looking for exciting new ideas in the world of cybersecurity and AI. The other interesting thing that I think we will see that might be different from previous waves is it is now possible to imagine companies that are less than 10 people that could be a $100 billion company, potentially even bigger. There's just so much leverage for startups in just leveraging AI themselves. And we're starting to see some examples of that where there's an insane amount of value being delivered from an incredibly small team. You must be seeing
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, Cursor publicly is now at, about 300 million of revenue or ARR, and I think their team is like 60 people. It is just astounding, and it breaks the brain. And by the way, that does mean like the bar is higher for what you need to achieve, but the good news is that it also means that you can achieve a lot more with limited resources. At Google, are there anything, maybe for you personally or maybe for the organization, that you've done or that you use regularly that's been impactful in your life or in your team's life?
from an AI perspective. I mean, I use AI many, many, many times a day. So, all the usual tools for when I need to do deep research on anything, there are a whole set of tools where you can, ask it to drill down on a company, a category. We have great tools in Google where, we've set it up so that you can basically navigate not just the internet, but your own, sort of your own data sources, structured and unstructured, and use your agents to answer questions in real time, in meetings, with a huge level of specificity. But I not only use it at work. I was, as an example, recently where I was talking to my daughter. She's in college, and she was talking about she's a double major, trying to fit all her classes in, and so she used an AI tool to plan out her schedule classes for the next 3 years, looking for conflicts and what the prereqs were. And so across the board, I mean, it's incredible what you can do. And what are things that you use?
I'll share one interesting personal use case that, just pulling on the health thread, which is that I pulled, it took me a while, but I pulled all my data from all the electronic medical records that I've had access to or had data stored in for the past decade or so. And I pulled it out and I kind of I organized it. It took a bunch of time. And then I put it in a AI system. And I basically now, anytime I have a question on my own health, and as a hypochondriac, I have a lot of questions on my own health, but it gives me an answer that is so unbelievable in detail and in personalization that is interesting. I come from a family of doctors, actually. My parents are doctors. My sister's a doctor. It would be impossible for them to ingest all of this data and to have read through every blood lab that I've done for the past 15 years and to spot those trends. It is just impossible. And so having that level of personalization and context has been so impactful in my life. And by the way, I hope someone builds this as a product because this should be a company.
You heard it first, and that is a great note for us to end on. Thank you all for your time. A reminder, we have the booth out there if you have any questions, but thank you. And thank you, Talia.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage founder and CEO Artisan Jasper Carmichael Jack and Chief of Staff Artisan Tina Sang.
Hello,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks for joining us today. How is everyone? Enjoying the conference, I hope.
We also have a surprise guest with us, Hina, our product lead.
Yes, Hina leads product at Artisan, and we thought it'd be interesting to have more of a go-to-market perspective from the marketing and growth side of things, and then also Hina on the more technical software side of things. So let me just kick off by saying, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. It's our first time at SaaStr, and we're really blown away by just all the incredible people here, all of the insights. We are from Artisan. We are a startup that is building AI employees and the consolidated software ecosystem for them to operate within. I'm Tina Sang. I'm Chief of Staff and current growth lead at Artisan, and I'm joined by our founder and CEO, Jasper, and our product lead, Hina. Jasper was actually recently replaced by an AI CEO in one of our marketing campaigns, but unfortunately, he's back here today to talk to you guys, so sorry about that. But yeah, I'll let you guys kick it off with a quick intro. Jasper, maybe if you want to start.
Yeah, sure thing. So I'm Jasper. I'm the founder and CEO of Artisan. We started about 2 years ago. We did Y Combinator's Winter 24 batch. The mission's been the same since the start. We want to automate the work that people hate so you can do work that you actually enjoy. We launched at the beginning of last year, shortly after we did Y Combinator. We've raised just over $35 million in total to build Artisan and to build these AI employees. And we're very excited to chat with you all.
Hi, I'm Hina. I'm the product lead at Artisan. I started my career in India as a former BCG consultant, a healthcare entrepreneur for a bit after that. And most recently, I just graduated from Wharton. For the last 9 months, I've been developing and shipping features on Ava, our sales artisan. So really excited to speak to you guys today.
Amazing. Thank you so much, both of you. So, AI and sales. Everyone's been talking about it. There's been no shortage of brilliant insights over the course of these past few days. But in this session, what we specifically want to talk about with you guys today is, number one, how the best teams are adapting to the age of AI. And number two, what the next wave of AI software in sales holds and is going to look like. And because we've been building on the front lines, we feel like we can give a perspective into, what are the active new features, new innovations that are happening across startups right now. So let's begin at the beginning of the sales cycle, outbound sales. Jasper, you've said before that outbound is no longer just a volume game. Outbound response rates are tanking, SDR teams are wasting a lot of time. So what do you see as the biggest structural changes to outbound right now?
Yeah, I'd say with AI especially, we're seeing a lot of differences in all of the different components of outbound. So it starts with the data collection. The mass databases like ZoomInfo are becoming less effective because they're so saturated, because everyone uses them. So you need to find new and unique ways to find unsaturated data that isn't the same as what everyone else has. We've been working on building a lot of new unsaturated data sources that are based on triggers. So for example, using company actions to flag them for your system to add them to your database. So like if they hire 4 people in the US in one specific role, that could be a trigger to then reach out to them. On the enrichment front, we've seen that using general demographic, firmographic, technographic data is less effective, and you really need to find that golden nugget of information to make your outreach effective. So whether it's features like Clay's Use AI feature, we have something similar inside our product that will find a cool piece of information that makes your messaging hyper-relevant and makes the email actually sound interesting. Ironically, it needs to feel more and more human, even if you have less humans doing it. So that's the biggest changes we're seeing.
And what about outreach timing? Because I know that is an interesting area that's evolving. Existing tools in the space tend to schedule things ahead of time. They tend to be automated, outreach tools. How is that changing with AI now?
Yeah, one big thing we're doing is leaning into doing trigger-based outreach rather than just mass spray and pray. So you monitor an audience for a list of triggers. When they happen, you then reach out to them. And then if you are doing the classic spray and pray outreach, we try and do intelligent multi-threading and reach out to the right stakeholders at the right time and reference reaching out to each other to make it feel more compelling than just, hi, please will you buy our product?
Yeah. And Hina, how is this mirrored in the product world? What kind of new tools that are emerging do you think will win in the long term?
I think what people are going to benefit, or sales teams are going to benefit more from, is companies that provide them a really vast library of triggers. Because to Jasper's point, there's diminishing returns on spray and pray and high volume outreach today. And we've spoken to hundreds of SMBs and enterprises over the last 6 months. And what we've discovered is that a trigger that works for one company in one specific niche very rarely works for someone else. So just having a couple of triggers or a dozen triggers really does not move the needle. So what I think companies are going to move towards, and this is something we're doing very intentionally at Artisan, is building a really vast library of triggers that, in a way that basically companies can figure what triggers work for them, A/B test across a variety of triggers, and then essentially find out like what helps them time their outreach the best.
Okay, fascinating. And I want to talk about a huge elephant in the room actually right now. So everyone's currently talking about AI SDRs and full cycle automation, and not necessarily always in the most positive light. So what do you guys have to say in response to this skepticism? Are we close to a fully autonomous AI SDR, or is it just vaporware with brilliant marketing?
Nice. Yeah, one thing I would say is that we're never going to have a fully autonomous AI SDR without any humans involved. There's some things that, ironically, if you've seen our Stop Hiring Humans ads, but there's some things that humans can only do that AI can't do. For example, if you're doing outbound dialing to net new contacts, that's illegal to do with AI. You actually have to have a human doing it. You just can't do it. So I think that's a big change that we're seeing. To build an effective AI SDR, you have to build a number of products that work really well together. And it's such a nascent and early space that very few people have managed to do that. And even us, we've built a lot and we have a very robust product, but our roadmap is significantly more than we've already built. So I think it's a journey. One big thing that we've seen is how effective an AI SDR is depends on how you implement it. If you feed it bad messaging, if you feed it bad targeting criteria, it's going to get bad results. That's why we've built a big post-sales team who help with onboarding and help with campaign optimization and act as your go-to-market engineer to do implementation. Because if you let someone do it themselves, like if you let a customer just create their own messaging, typically it's good for them, but it's maybe not the best position to get results. So we have lent heavily into the post-sales and getting good messaging. But to get to a fully autonomous AI SDR, I think with everything except for the things that are illegal for humans to do, probably in the next year and a half.
Okay, interesting. And I know at Artisan you've said that, yeah, it's obviously a very nascent space, but one thing that we've seen is month-over-month customer improvement. So can you talk a little bit about how that's been changing for us?
Yeah, for sure. So we collect so much data. We send millions of emails, sorry everyone, that are sales emails, and we can see what all the different levers are that lead to better or worse response rates. So every month we do a round of optimizations internally on our messaging, and we see every single time that improves the outcomes for our users. So I think every single month since we've launched, we've had a substantial increase in user outcomes. And we expect that to just continue. It's a flywheel of the more data we get, the better we can serve customers at scale.
Okay, so related to that, I'm sure a lot of you are struggling with outbound right now and getting response rates and cutting through that noise. So what would be your guys' advice to ensuring people can get the highest ROI out of that channel?
Yeah, I think getting ROI really comes down to implementation and testing and being adaptive. What we've seen, if customers aren't flexible and they specifically always want to use a call to action that's like, book a meeting on my Calendly, they typically aren't very successful. But if you're using it as a tool instead to start a conversation and using a call to action like, will you come to this dinner with us? Will you come to this event? Are you open to me sending you a resource? You get your foot in the door with the outbound message, and then you nurture them down the sales cycle. I think that is the most important thing now.
And there's been a rise in something that people are calling GTM alpha. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so it's basically this theory that, well, not theory, it's kind of a fact, that if you're doing the same thing for your go-to-market strategy that everyone else is doing, it's inherently going to be less effective. You need to find something different that gives you that alpha against your competitors. That means that you're doing something unique, you have unsaturated data, you're using channels that everyone else doesn't use. And that's what we're building Artisan around. We're building it to be flexible enough to find the GTM alpha yourself, and then for Ava to have built-in products and features that she can go out and look for new channels for you and find unique ways to get you new leads.
Okay. Let's talk about Artisan for a second. So in our own org, we've built a ridiculously lean demand gen engine. So our marketing team is 2 people right now, and we get around 3,000 demos a month coming that we book in. So I know we're a startup, and that means we can do things a little bit differently from maybe more built-out enterprise orgs. But what kind of universal lessons do you think people can take away from the way we're currently operating?
Yeah, I think we've been very effective in using AI well. One thing that we've learned is you still have to be the tastemaker. AI has horrible taste. If you've ever asked ChatGPT to write a piece of content for you, you'll know like it comes out terribly. So you need to have taste and have people on your team with taste, but you don't need to have people on your team to execute every single individual task. So when we're coming up with ideas, brainstorming, even for like things like billboards and as we're iterating the product, we'll get hundreds of ideas from ChatGPT and then we'll skim through them, find the best ones and use those and use our taste to decide what to do. I think that's one big thing. You in general don't need as many people as you needed before. I think in sales it's a bit different because you still need as many AEs as you needed before. You don't need as many BDRs, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But AEs you still need very much. But on the marketing front, you can do more with less people.
Interesting that you mentioned AEs, because we've played around with the idea of AI account executives as well. So how feasible do you guys think that is, to have AI actually do the selling portion of things?
Yeah, I think selling is always going to be a pretty human process. Like for example, if I'm buying something for more than 10K ACV, I wouldn't want to speak to an AI. I would want to speak to a human. So I think that there's certain market segments where it works well. If they're an SMB, if they're a sub 3K ACV, it doesn't make sense to route them to an AE because you're probably going to lose money on that deal unless you have extremely high NDR. So it makes sense in that case to route them to a future AI AE. But I think that we're always going to need human account executives to get over the line.
Okay, so it looks like we don't want to completely stop hiring.
No.
Okay, Hina, how does this lean philosophy translate to the way we build our product internally at Artisan?
Actually, very similar to what Jasper said. So we've been very intentional since the beginning in having a very lean product team. For, I think, over a year almost, it was just Sam. And then for the last 9 months, it's been just me and Sam. I think one of the coolest things about doing product is you do so many customer interviews, but what that also means is you are inundated with information. We leverage AI really well to help us sift through that information. And strangely enough, AI is also really good at pointing out specific things that you could do that sometimes might be missed. So sometimes it could be kind of features that later become table stakes for you that AI could potentially help you point out. And sometimes it's extremely wacky creative things that you don't want to do, and then you can put them to the side. So I think the whole DNA of being AI first is in product just as much as it's in marketing at Artisan.
Awesome. So let's zoom out now. Looking into the future, in the next 3 years, what does an AI-powered revenue team actually look like? What would you say, Jasper?
Yeah, one thing I would say is that we've seen in some industries they've had a moment of explosion with AI tools. Like in code gen, it's been Cursor. In legal, it's been Harvey. We haven't really had that in sales yet, and that's what we're building towards over the next year and a half. I think the reason it takes longer in sales is because there's so much ground to cover and so much product to build to have an effective end-to-end solution. With code gen, it's a relatively simple process. It's difficult to build it well, but it's a simple product. So that's what we're building towards. From an entire sales cycle entire revenue cycle perspective, on marketing, we're going to see AI doing personalization at scale for you, creating assets, creating your copy rather than having humans doing it. From a top of funnel sales perspective, AI is going to be doing your routing, your qualification. AI is going to be booking in the meetings for the AEs. And then I'm sure any of you here who have AEs on your team know that AEs hate doing everything that isn't either selling on a call or getting a closed won contract, and they typically don't do it that well, and you have to chase them down. I think we're going to get to a world where that's all the AE has to do, and they'll have an AI copilot that will do everything else for them. It will send the follow-up emails. It will do the multi-threading. It will keep the CRM in a clean manner, and it will guide them through the sales process. So that's the world I think we're moving towards.
So one where human and AI are collaborating.
Yes. You can't stop hiring humans, sorry.
Okay, final question before I open it up to the audience for the Q&A portion. But what is one key takeaway that you want people to remember?
You should use Artisan and hire an AI BDR. I think the biggest thing is that as a revenue leader, you need to be adaptive and you need to be open to using new tools and open to trying new things, because if you don't, you're going to fall behind your peers.
I think the period of testing with AI and seeing if it works is honestly over. I think AI does work. It's been proven. I think it's for leaders to go back and see what takes the most time in manual tasks and identify solutions that work best for their team is what I think is going to define the next couple of quarters.
Yeah, and use the data when you're testing things. Just see from an ROI perspective, is this better than a human would be?
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to open it up to the audience now. I think there's a mic in the center if anyone wants to come up and ask a question. Don't be scared. But yeah, does anyone have any questions? There we go. Amazing.
Broke the seal.
Thanks a lot. is it when you do international sales? Means you are involved in the cross-cultural difference. How does AI manage this topic?
Yeah, so within Artisan, we support dozens of different languages. One thing that we've noticed is that LLMs aren't very good with cultural nuances. So when we have users who sign up in different countries, sometimes they will use the wrong form of German because they have formal and informal. And in like different Asian cultures, you format emails in different ways. It's something that we're still navigating because the LLMs aren't great at that at a base level. So what we typically do is in each region, we work with a design partner and we prompt the LLM into being better with whatever the cultural context is.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Perfect.
This is more of a product question, but most outreach tools out there have different levels of abstraction, right? So you have different levels of control. So there was Smart Lead, there was Instantly, then there was prospecting tools like Apollo, and then you had to set up email campaigns. Now you have Clay with some agencies running the Clay operation. So to what degree of abstraction do you think you want to take Artisan as we partner along in your roadmap? And is there a mental model that you're applying?
Yeah, so right now the product is relatively rigid. Like we've built the outbound sales workflow and you kind of have to follow how we do it. We're moving to a somewhat more flexible model that we can't talk too much about.
Can't talk too much about that.
Hina's going to tell me off.
Yeah, but we're basically trying to make it so that the workflow becomes not very rigid to like following certain steps to send out an email, but allowing you to, well, do multiple actions along the way as well. So yeah, I think in terms of like levels of levels of abstraction, I think we can go very deep, but then maintain individual like functional requirements as well.
She's being purposely vague to not give away our roadmap,
So
but
sorry.
yes, we're thinking about it.
Thank you.
Quick question. Do you guys think that because of a lot of AI in outreach, we're going to ultimately kill that channel because we all receive like 50 plus outreaches every day and it's kind of becoming not so effective? So do you see that happening in the future?
Yeah, for sure. I think that inherently sending mass emails without personalized messaging is going to become less and less effective. Though the way in which AI doesn't kill outreach at large as a channel is by moving to the intent and trigger-based outreach because everyone has unique and distinctive triggers that aren't overlapping with each other. So that's really going back to the concept of getting that GTM alpha and doing something that other people aren't doing to stay ahead of them. That's what we're trying to build in to make the process of outreach unique for every customer that we have.
Hey, I think you guys are killing it already in what you're doing in this like very hot space with the AI SDRs. But I'm still wondering, like, how are you going to differentiate with cost of shipping getting lower and so on with AI? Like, what's the sauce in the future?
Yeah, I think one thing that we've seen across the board is it's a lot more difficult than it seems to build an effective AI SDR. It looks like you just get an email list, then you send them all, then you automate it with a scheduler. But we learned pretty early on when we launched our first version of our product, and it was just like terrible for the first 3 months, that it's actually very difficult, and you need a lot of investment to be able to do it well. I think inherently as the barriers to entry to build good products go down, it's going to become easier to do that. But the amount of product ground that you have to cover and the different data sources you need and the channels you need is difficult.
Yeah, I think it's more to the features that you have to build. I don't think it's about the cost of building those features, but the amount of data that you need to realize that you need to go in that direction to begin with. So you might have an initial great idea, but I think in order to point yourself to go in a particular direction, I think it takes a lot of data, and that just comes with having built it and having iterated with like hundreds of customers.
Thank you. Go for it, yeah.
With oversaturation of email, what channels are working best and what channels are the future?
Yeah, LinkedIn gets about a 8 to 9x higher response rate than email.
Especially voice notes for some reason.
Voice notes get a really high response rate, which is kind of random.
Yeah.
Dialer actually, ironically, does pretty well, even though it seems pretty old school. You can get a lot of meetings through doing cold calling. We're testing some more unique channels, which we'll launch soon, and I'm probably not allowed to speak about. But there's some other things coming.
All right, any final questions? I think we might be running out of time as well, so that was perfect. But I'll just wrap up by saying thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. If anyone has any other questions I think of, we've got a booth in Hangar West. It says Stop Hiring Humans on it. You can't miss it. So come by, say hi. Come and spin our prize wheel. We've got some fun activations.
And you can submit a billboard idea, and if we choose it, it'll get put up in SF, so that's a fun one.
Yeah, but once again, thank you so much. Let's give a warm round of applause for our panelists here. Thank you for taking the time to share insights.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, everyone. Have a great
Thank
day.
you so much. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Please welcome to the stage CMO G2 Sydney Sloan and Vice President of Research Insights G2 Tim Sanders.
Hello, hello.
What's up? Good afternoon, SaaStr. What's up? So I'm Tim Sanders. My presentation co-host, Sydney Sloan. Happy to talk to you a little bit today about some findings from a recent study that we just put out today. But first, an observation from yesterday. You were probably here yesterday. Yesterday, I was in Cambridge, Mass. for another AI conference. I'm walking around the MIT campus. I kid you not, I saw a payphone in 2025, and chained to the payphone, Yellow Pages. Good stuff, right? Those advertisers made a wise go-to-market decision, didn't they? Very niche market. Dumb people. Cell phones and internet progressively disrupted those models, whether the model was landlines, whether the model was Yellow Pages. There's something we've discovered, and that is artificial intelligence is ushering in a new reality. What we found out in the recent research we're about to reveal to you is that AI is eating SaaS go-to-market. And what I mean by that is the best practices in 2024 will likely be the worst practices in 2026. Because something has happened in the last year, and what we've learned is that we're at a place now where AI doesn't just stand for artificial intelligence. For SaaS go-to-market, AI stands for always included. Not just in terms of how you think about your product and your message, but the buyer will always touch SaaS throughout the new journey. Our study, which we just released yesterday, was based on a representative sample of over 1,600 top-line screened down to 1,200 bottom-line B2B software buyers across the 4 major company size segments. It had a global cut to it. It was conducted in April. It is super fresh data. But what's remarkable here is using generative AI models, OpenAI's O3 reasoning model to be specific, we were able to take G2's treasure trove of buyer intent, review, and traffic data to validate and do noise measurement of survey results, which we think is a first because not all survey methodologies are created equal. So what we understand from the research, as well as a lot of qualitative interviews with many of your buyers, is that when you look at the research journey as a research evaluation, make a decision, what we're discovering is the buyer is tired of taking the long road. Google search, vendor websites, talk to peers, analyst reports, et cetera, et cetera. They want to get from A directly to B. So what we're going to talk to you about for the next few minutes are 4 insights that we generated from this study. It's the 2025 Buyer Behavior Report. It literally dropped this morning. And what we learned is, first of all, buyers are, I'm talking B2B, not the consumer research SEO companies put out last year that told you that large language models are only taking a few % away from Google. That's grandma in Boise, okay? That's not B2B buyers. They index as early adopters for any technology that makes them more productive, especially at bigger companies where layoffs have caused them to have higher workloads. And we're learning they're starting in large language models, not Google, on an alarmingly increasing basis. We'll reveal that data to you in a minute. We'll also talk about shortlists. Shortlists look less like coalitions and buying committees and more like Rush and the Beatles. They're getting very small, even in enterprise. It's a fascinating experience, but they've got a partner, as we're about to show you, that can step into the fray and tell them which one to pick if they can't create consensus. Then what we're noticing is that decision is really changing because artificial intelligence is not only becoming rapidly a source they trust at first glance, unlike last year where they checked it, or 2 years ago when they didn't want to use it, it's driving the actual decision, whether it's the features of a product or how they ultimately decide between 2 or 3 good candidates. Then finally, and this is some of the research we found the most stunning, in a world where OpenAI Enterprise has a churn rate anticipated to be less than 2% next year, 2%, we're seeing a massive churn going on in SaaS where companies are flipping to better AI functionality. And we'll show that to you in just a minute. But first, we want to go back to research. Sydney, talk to us a little bit about the findings.
Okay, this is where people start, and this is the headline. People are not going to Google first. They're going to LLMs. And so what we found is that 4 out of 5 buyers have changed their behavior in the way that they start their research, okay? 4 out of 5. There's one lonely person still out there. And the reason they're doing that is productivity. Imagine before when you realized you had a problem and you go to search and you click on a bunch of blue links and have to, go through the rabbit hole. Now, well-educated people are running their prompts, getting recommendations, giving the why around those recommendations. And so it's a productivity enhancement. And we all know that we're being asked to do more with less. We're trying to run our businesses in profitability. And so people are having to figure out how to be more efficient and using LLMs to do that. The second is there is still a distinct difference between the size of buyer, the size of company the buyer is in, okay? So you'll see here that in small companies under 250 employees, they still do a fair bit of research on Google. Where you're seeing large enterprises really index hard towards AI search and software review sites. They're going to see what actual users recommend, and they're going to get those short lists faster. So what does this mean? One of the things, go back, please. What does this mean? So for the folks that are wearing the marketing hats in the audience, we know that our SEO performance has been gradually going down relatively quickly since about last year at this time. So what are people doing? They're starting to build out their strategies for GEO, generative engine optimization. And the way that they do that is by thinking through, and this is kind of my CMO network, we're like all figuring this out together. So you want to think about who is the buyer that I'm trying to build content for? What are their jobs to be done? By the way, you can do that in a prompt. And building content to that, because that's the way that people are going to LLMs to create that research. The other thing that's really interesting that is indexing, there are some software vendor sites that I have seen start to index, but they've already made that switch, and it's really persona-based. It's not search-based.
That's right. That's right, exactly. It's more of a schema-rich approach to content that is intended to answer questions versus use keywords to drive sales messaging. I find it fascinating. The QR code points to a brand new category for us. This would be GEO software. I'll give you, for example, Profound, which is on the list, allows you to do a better job of measuring how your brand is showing up for large language model queries that have to do with your product. Now, none of you can actually go to OpenAI ChatGPT and test it yourself because that's a single test. It's not going to give you a real answer. Profound and other models, what they'll do is they'll use 100,000 simulated prompts in brute force to generate a mass answer that's statistically significant to measure whether you're showing up to give you better advice on your content. That's why this category has become very important. For the next few years, it will be totally platform-based.
It's not quite yet a category because there's only 7 vendors. So in order to be a category, you have to 10 vendors. 10
Found
reviews,
another one last Friday, Scrunch AI.
So this is right, like on the cutting edge where G2 likes to be in identifying new categories. Yeah.
Get that photo, buddy. There you go, man. All right. All right, so short lists. I mean, getting on the short list is very important, right? And what's interesting is that there's been a process. I mentioned it earlier. It's kind of a long process. You might use search. You might go to vendor portals for incumbents. You might go to vendor websites. You might talk to salespeople. Hint, we're finding out they want to talk to you later. But what we're seeing now is that short lists are no longer being generated through a process. They're getting one-shotted. Like, 3 drones under 1,000, please, or I'm going to Chicago next week. Give me 3 steakhouses and basically by the Gold Coast. This has become a new thing, especially at large enterprise, where people are just too damn busy to go through the software buying process. So they one-shot a chatbot to give them the 3, and that's where the short list gets formed, creating even more pressure for you to be in those large language model environments. That's why we're so excited to be a kind of a partner. We call it shake and bake. Software review sites and AI tend to be very complementary, but it's completely changing the shortlist process. What do we do about that?
Well, it's funny, when Tim and I were reviewing the research outputs, I get to work with Tim, so I get to learn every time I talk to him, and I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, huh. Well, so Gen AI is now third-party performance, right? Where we used to think about third-party, second-party, first-party data sets. Gen AI, not the internet, is the top ranking there. And then you've got software review sites, which is your second-party data, and then you've got the vendor site, which is first-party data. So as you're thinking about these signals and orchestrating your new workflows, because we're all changing the way that we build our go-to-market engine, you want to think about what are those different signal types and how can I capture even more? The other thing that I found really interesting, because I've been doing this a while, Tim, we've been doing this a while collectively, is that we've always heard that peers and colleagues are the #1 source. And it's not. And that's because once you do a couple of LLM searches, like I think my favorite one I did when we were talking was like, I want to buy a new car, it needs to be this, it needs to be that, and I'm like, oh my God, that's the best list ever.
Right.
I don't go question it anymore, right? If you have a couple of great prompts, you trust the output from the engine. And so that's where these one-shot things are starting to happen.
That's right. You know, behavior changes very quickly when you get a better solution from a new type of platform. I like to edit video. I just posted a video today on LinkedIn to promote the launch. Artificial intelligence was critical. I used to have a buddy, Frisco, I'd call and say, how do you make it change where a graphic comes in, it's half the screen? I don't want to bug him. I went to ChatGPT, it gave me turn-by-turn instructions. It looked at the transcript, it said, here's your viral video. It changes you. You never go back to the longer, harder way. And we find that to be fascinating. So let's get to this next piece of it, and that's decisions. The third leg of the journey, you would think LLMs are just the front end like Google search. But I got to tell you, people aren't just using chatbots for psychological advice and to solve marital disagreements like you might be hearing about. They use it when they can't reach consensus the old-fashioned way. And I find that to be fascinating research. How many of you have books in APAC or EMEA? How many of you do business outside of North America? Our study covers these regions also, and one of the things we learned is that, probably because of DeepSeek, but APAC is on fire. India is on fire with generative AI adoption. Since ChatGPT Imagen launched Studio as a meme generator, doubled the daily usage. So APAC is on fire using generative AI for everything. When you use it enough, you stop checking and you take action. That's the biggest takeaway we got through the qualitative research to go with the survey research. Now, what's even more interesting than this idea that they're using this combination now, chatbot, software review sites as the dominant way of making decisions, and you can see some things like industry influencers, you know who you are, and internal supplying portals have dramatically dropped since the last 2 times we've done the survey. And again, it's just too many steps. Think of the last time you got stuck in the Google Blue Link hell. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But our study is not just about buyer journey, it's also about who's really in charge. And we found fascinating research on that.
Okay, so last year, it was actually last September, it feels like a year ago, I was standing up here giving the results. And one of the things that we talked about was that the CFO was becoming more and more prevalent in the buying process. We said people are buying more, high level, but because they're buying AI, and the way that the macroeconomics were still changing is that the financial officer was inserted themselves into way more of the purchasing. So what's interesting here is that they still have a role, but the IT department has come back into a leadership position. And why is that? It's because they're trying to gain control. While they allowed last year departments to play around with small purchases of different AI tooling, now they're worried that it's going to sprawl out of control, and so they're going to put their own policies in place and performance to try and get a handle on what's the underlying technology they will allow to be used inside of their company. So that is very important, but yet the departmental lead is also still a strong purchaser, and you've seen a lot of companies here that are solving departmental problems. Here's what I find fascinating about this. before there was SaaS, which means before there was SaaStr. So we're talking 2010, 2011, IT and the CIO was the technology department, and departmental leaders did not have their own software and IT teams within their org. But now we do. And so my advice here is for the go-to-market teams that you should be building relationships with your IT partners now. You should be co-creating the policies and understanding what's allowed versus disallowed and building that trust with the IT department so we can continue to keep control of the go-to-market tech stack so we can continue to learn and iterate quickly.
That's right. That's right. And I think for many of you that offer point solutions, it should be free for IT with white glove service. It's a really wonderful way to think about taking blockers and turning them into leaders. This time last year, at a Harvard AI event, they announced that by the end of 2024, the word of the year would be agents. And by the time we got to October, they were right. Well, guess what the phrase of 2025 will be that will set in as a brutal reality next year? It's this phrase, AI orchestration. You can call it alignment. You can call it model context protocol. You can call it agent-to-agent communication. We've done 40 qualitative interviews with chief technology officers across the sample, 6 interviews with leader of tech at the biggest PE firms. The common thing we hear is that right now, because of SaaS, AI point solutions are the wild, wild west. Multiple models, multiple data architectures. It creates not only risk like what you got used to a few years ago with info security, it creates literally a ceiling on scale for organizations of all types. So the plan this year is that IT will expect to be talked to about why you picked a model, whether you can create a model instance that's only OpenAI, only Anthropic, only Google, only Mistral if you're French, so that you don't have model mixture, which is a big no-no to IT. You'll have to prove that your approach is aligned to their not only data governance, but data scalability laws. It's an important go-to-market seller preparation. I find AI orchestration as a category for software solutions is fascinating. You'll see companies, UiPath's a great example with their new products of Orchestrator. We're seeing Cursor looking like a pivot now to move away from what they're doing now to becoming the ultimate vibe coding orchestrator. I think all of this represents the next layer of the new app explosion that's going to go on. So I find that to be a really important unmet need.
I do want to add one more thing in here. So while it may not be a thing today, it's going to be a thing very quickly tomorrow. And that is understanding what their approved underlying models are. So you know if your product is a fit or not a fit based on what models your companies are using.
That's right.
So where we used technographic data before, you're going to need to add the AI model in there. So you're taking those companies that don't fit what model you're built on out of your ICP, so you're not wasting your time or your seller's time.
You know, that's like the old days when you were working with someone who had a Microsoft shop. It was very difficult to get in there. What we're beginning to see now is that CTOs are loyal to usually 1.2 models. That's a joke. Researchers use decimal points to prove they have a sense of humor. They're loyal to 1.2 models. So figure out what that is in discovery, adapt to it, or be willing to create unique instances. Last data point, we're running out of time. Customers are willing to leave you or join you over better demonstrative AI functionality, where you can show result A, result B, and predict utilization. Here's what we found. Top level, half of all enterprise companies flipped last year. Flipped to somebody else over AI functionality that was demonstrated. Not features, not marketing, actual performance, which gets back to the underlying models you choose and the layers you build or the application layer you build for those models to perform better. Sydney.
What's interesting about that, just go back one for a second, is we never think of enterprises as the early adopters. But they sure were this time around, right? So that's highly unusual in what we've seen in the past. All right, and so this brings us to like what's going on with AI, and as we track new categories, there is a significant amount of continuous innovation with AI-first companies. So that's what this shows. So these are new AI products, AI-first products, not AI-enhanced, AI-first. We're up almost 30% in the number of categories, up 66% in the number of products. And we're already topping more than half of the reviews year over year left by end users. This is being adopted. It's growing. It's disruptive. And so the note here is, like, if you're an AI-first company, you know who you're targeting.
That's right.
Right? And if you have not yet
thought about, if you're an incumbent technology, becoming an AI-first company, you need to do that right away. And I love and followed Aaron Levy for years and years and years. And if you don't follow him, he just recently posted his notes to his company on Q1. While we said we needed to become AI-first and every department needed to have an AI strategic plan, we're doubling down in Q2. It didn't happen fast enough between Q1 and Q2, so this is what his expectations are. They've already changed their phrasing. They are talking about not enterprise content management. They're talking about intelligence inside of enterprises. So if you are a big company and you haven't yet just said, old playbook out, new playbook in, if you're not in the AI camp, you're out. Like, it's literally has to transform that fast.
That's right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks. They didn't turn off our mic.
Please welcome to the stage CPTO DigitalOcean, Bratin Saha.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about how at DigitalOcean, we're using agentic AI and generative AI to reimagine how the cloud works for our customers. And not just reimagine how the cloud works for our customers, but also how you can build and operate the cloud in a radically different way. But first, let me give you an introduction, overview to DigitalOcean. Turns out, when you look at the number of customers, we are one of the largest clouds in the world. In fact, we have 638,000 customers, 638,000 customers in 190 countries. So that's probably the third largest cloud among all of the cloud providers. We have a global network of data centers. We have 17 data centers in Europe, North America, Asia, and in Australia. And a big reason that our customers come in, so many of them, 638,000 of them, come in and use DigitalOcean is because they get at least a 30% lower cost of ownership, at least a 30% lower cost of ownership. And they get that lower cost of ownership not just because our infrastructure costs are lower, which they are, but because the way we build and package the product makes it easy for customers to operate their infrastructure. And as a result of that, they can avoid a FinOps team, and they can avoid a CloudOps team, and they can avoid large DevOps teams. And that is what drives customers over to us. Now, we provide a comprehensive set of cloud services. So we have infra as a service, IaaS, which is compute storage networking, and then we have GPUs as well. We have platform as a service, that's databases, Kubernetes app platform, and now we have a generative AI platform as well that I'll talk a lot about in the rest of this talk. And we also have SaaS-level applications, among them agentic applications that I'll show a little bit to show how we are reimagining the cloud for our customers and how we are reinventing how to build and operate the cloud. So we have AI at the infrastructure level, GPUs. We have AI at the platform level. And we have AI at the applications level. Why so? And the reason for that is when you think about transformation technologies, when you think about the internet, for example, it happened in an IPA manner. The infrastructure came first, then came the platforms, and then came the applications. And it was really the emergence of the platform and the applications that made its usage pervasive. When you think about the PC, the same thing happened. It started off at the infra layer, but really the emergence of the platform, the Wintel platform, and all of the applications made it pervasive. When you think about the smartphone, that's the same thing happened, infra, platform, and applications. And AI is actually moving in a very similar way. And what is causing it to move in a very similar way are agents. And agents, this year, 2025, has really been the age of agents. So let me dive a little bit more into why agents are causing this platform and application shift. So what are agents? If you think about it, agents are really pieces of software that use AI and that can act and think almost like humans. At its most fundamental level, an agent gets a command from a user to do certain tasks. It then goes in and gets all of the data it needs to perform the task. It then goes in and does all of the planning it needs to perform the task, which is, I need to do task A, then task B, then task C, and so on. And then finally, it goes in and does each one of those individual tasks. And as a result of this, these agents can automate a lot of the work that humans would traditionally do. And what this means is we are now at a fundamental inflection point with respect to the cloud. We have two fundamental paradigm shifts coming in. One of them is natural language becoming the new UX, or the new interface. The second is that agents are going to automate a lot of the human work, which means agents are going to automate a lot of the work that developers traditionally do in the cloud. Now, let me give you an example of how we are using these two paradigm shifts to change how the cloud works for our customers. We have one of the DigitalOcean. We have one of the most popular web hosting services called Cloudways, recently ranked #1. And then the next video, I'll show you how we are using agents and generative AI to reimagine the experience.
Cloudways is the leading web hosting solution and was just ranked as the #1 cloud web host for developers by CNET in 2025. Website hosting today is complex, and debugging is a manual process. When issues occur, troubleshooting follows a time-consuming process, which includes manual log checking, support consultations, and implementing fixes. Total resolution time can take up to 1 hour. As a part of DO Next, we're embedding AI agents inside Cloudways to completely reinvent web hosting, making it more intelligent and automated. Disk usage is critically high on server. The user clicks the alert and AI instantly explains the issue. User curious about the fix. AI provides remediation steps and an even better option. Let AI agent handle it. With a single click, AI jumps into action, optimizing resources and stabilizing the server in real time. What used to take an hour before now just takes a minute. This feature is currently in public preview with customers, and their feedback is very encouraging. The #1 hosting solutions is now even more intelligent with Cloudways AI agents.
And so you can imagine how the user experience gets radically reinvented by using this. Now, if we are using agents to change how our customers interact with the cloud, we are also using it to change how we build and operate the cloud. So I'll show you another example of how DigitalOcean uses clouds for its own internal operation.
Sonar Home is a platform to provide users with free home valuation. So the long-term vision for Sonar Home is to make sure that we help the homeowners and home sellers to make sure that they make the best decision selling their property, buying the property, and maintaining the property. So there are three things, I think, that helped us to decide to go with DigitalOcean. So first, it's relatively inexpensive, especially for the cloud solution. Secondly, it's quite straightforward. It's much easier than AWS or other solutions. And third, actually, the simplicity of the usage. In terms of the Gen AI value prop that we get from DigitalOcean, I believe that AI can play a significant role in helping agents to prepare the materials, analyzing data, recommending the price, benchmarking. I think that AI agents will be helpful to the real estate agents to make this work done properly. This is how we believe the market will evolve over time, and we want to be the leading player of this evolution in our geographies. Using DigitalOcean Gen AI was extremely easy to prove and to test it. DigitalOcean as the infrastructure partner and also right now as the partner for Gen AI, I believe that Sonar Home will help the home sellers and homeowners to meet their goals through technology.
So that's one example of how our customers are reinventing their business. So Sonar Home is in the real estate business, and they're using agents to augment their human agents so that they can provide a much better experience to their customers. And we believe at DigitalOcean, this is the future. Every company will need to reinvent themselves and figure out how they can reimagine the experience for their customers and how they can reimagine how they are doing their work. And for that, we have a generative AI stack, a generative AI platform that supports the end-to-end agent development lifecycle. So you have LLM as a service, of course, but then you have playgrounds, model playgrounds, agent evaluation, multi-agent routing, and a whole set of features that customers like Sonar Home, like many others, are using to build the next generation of applications. And of course, all of this rests on a generative AI infrastructure where you get the most affordable and easiest to use GPUs. And I think the video thing got repeated.
Sonar Home is...
There was supposed to be a different video in there. Nevertheless. OK. So this platform that I talked about, we launched it only about 2 or 3 months back. It's publicly available for everyone to use. It's still, we haven't really done the go-to-market behind it because we're still iterating fast on it. But even in just 2 to 3 months, we have had more than 5,000 customers build more than 8,000 agents. More than 5,000 customers build more than 8,000 agents. Many of them building dozens of agents. In fact, one of them planning to build more than 1,000 agents to change the way these companies operate. And that is what leads me to the key message for my talk, which is when you look at the rate of change and innovation in the world, every leader, every person now needs to think how they're going to reimagine their work using AI. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting left behind and getting disrupted. Now, if you have to reimagine your work using AI, you need a generative AI infrastructure. You need GPUs, and you need a generative AI platform. And that is what we provide at DigitalOcean, where we provide the easiest to use and the lowest cost, the most affordable AI platform so that customers can reimagine how they do their business. That's all I had. Thank you for your time.
between happy hour, and we're going to spend 10 minutes, 10 brisk minutes on a really important topic, which is how can you be effective with AI in complex B2B go-to-markets? Because there's unique challenges for those go-to-market teams. I'm Gabe Rogel. I'm the CEO of Demandbase. Our reason for being is to align go-to-market resources to the accounts that have the greatest lifetime value for your company so you can grow more rapidly. I am ecstatic to be here with a great partner of ours, AWS, Aram Diamond. We've worked together. They've driven a lot of our agentic portfolio strategy, have been just tremendous partners. And I think we were going to start with you is, when did you fall in love with AI, Aram?
Thanks, Gabe. Thanks to be here. Last thing of the day, a lot of pressure. Look, I fell in love with AI when I heard this story. It's actually a healthcare story. There's a group of professionals that were looking at readmittance rate of patients and who was the most likely to go back in the hospital. I think we can all agree that that's like a noble cause, right? If someone has a procedure, you don't want them to go back in the hospital. So they're looking through all the data sets, and finally they used an AI model, and they put the data through, and what came out blew everyone's mind. It was women under the age of 30 with diabetes that had the highest rate of going back into the hospital. They were looking for old white men over 60. And so everyone said, what happened? And they realized that there's so much bias in the data. And so we're not going to talk about healthcare today, but I'm going to challenge this group. Do you have a lot of data? Is your data siloed? And do you have bias of what's in there? I know you've been thinking about that, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing story about the promise of AI, but it's also apt in we talk about bias. And there's, I think in every industry and every go-to-market, there's different types of biases. And what I found in working with executives who are extremely successful in driving velocity with large B2B teams, large ASPs, is that there's this common challenge of how do we align an account-based go-to-market, which we know is important, using AI to be more effective and grow more effectively. And this concept of bias has proved to be incredibly challenging. And it's interesting, it's like, so you ask, why is it so difficult in B2B selling to use AI? And I think the answer in talking to executives and practitioners is, and what is pertinent to everybody here who's in a B2B go-to-market, is the fragmentation of the go-to-market is accelerating, which is creating incredible challenges to be successful with AI, which I'll talk more about. So you have many more distributed roles within the go-to-market. You have a lot more specialization, especially in analytic roles, operational roles, and all of these roles are really looking to their own technology solutions, their own point solutions, and these variables of all these elements and fragments is creating confusion. And AI is adding to confusion. And those of you who have worked closely in B2B go-to-market know that ABM, the promise of ABM, an account-based approach, is really around aligning all these fragments. But the challenge is there tends to be a lack of ownership because of the variables. There tends to be a lack of engagement. And it falls back into each one of these silos looking for their own AI solutions. And one of the big points I want to make as you drive your strategy is there's a lot of danger in this fragmentation. There's a lot of danger that there will be more waste in the go-to-market and worse customer experiences. I make the analog to the development of sales automation and marketing automation. And we think of the promise of that over the last 5, 10 years. We're going to automate marketing, we're automating sales. What's really happened, if we're honest, we have competing spam machines coming out of sales and marketing. Imagine that times 10 with agents across all these teams. How does that feel for your customers, right? And so we've been working on this problem of fragmentation, Demandbase and other go-to-market platforms for many years. And we've gone through many phases of development and technology. I believe we're in phase 3 of the go-to-market platform. I'm proud of where we're at. I think we're exiting this phase. In this phase, platforms have all the capabilities to align your teams on the audiences that are important, accounts, buying groups, people, on where your customers are in the buying journey, on what action to do next. But the challenge that I outlined has hit a wall for this phase of technology. And we have to go past it because the insights in these platforms, including demand-based historically, are constrained to the platform. So we can't connect all those pieces of the fragments that I outlined. And actions are too manual. So to scale all these things, it's not nimble enough. And we have to move past it. And I think that's what the promise of these types of partnerships really deliver. And we have to challenge ourselves. And I think the nirvana state is another big point I want to make here. Maybe it's intuitive. Data is at the center, has to be at the center of your strategy if you want a unified customer journey, if you want sales and marketing work together. All of the signals that you get that drive your data have to be aggregated and unified. And your agents, really important point, there has to be a strategy for them to work together or they're going to work against each other. So what that means, I believe we're entering the fourth phase of go-to-market journey from a technology standpoint. You know, this graphic I think is a good one compared to the blocks of the fragmentation. It is open, and I think it's the biggest shift yet. And the mindset shift that I think if you're in go-to-market technology or if you're a buyer of go-to-market technology is this. We are moving past the era of monolithic platforms to an era of systems of insight that amplify each other and are driven mostly by non-humans. And I think that mindset shift is going to be the difference between whether you're successful or not moving in the next few years in moving forward. And from a technology standpoint, the 2 points I want to hit on, if you're going to push us as vendors to solve this problem, or if you're a vendor in the go-to-market space, 2 things incredibly important. Ecosystem, that we are open and flexible and working with an ecosystem. APIs, SDKs, do your vendors have these? Are they easy to use? And second, agents. But the point I want to make on agents, everybody's got agents, are those agents driving capabilities that are difficult in today's platform, or are they commodified use cases? If it's just creating messages and emails, that's not solving fragmentation. What's solving fragmentation is, what are the audiences we need? Where are they on the customer journey? What's the next action? So we have to push ourselves to have agents that really drive the most important capabilities forward. What do you think, Aram?
Yeah, well said. When we think of agents at AWS, we think of 3 things. First of all, security. These agents are going to have a unique identity. It's what a lot of people haven't been talking about, but security really matters. Second, we need flexibility in breaking those enterprise workflows and recreating them. And then lastly, you have to have a cost model that can be contained. You have to have a lot of flexibility. So identity, security, flexibility, and cost.
Yep, and I can't underscore enough, our partnership and working together in scaling our approach to releasing agents. And a kind of a shameless plug, but I think what we developed is really special and really hits on the fragmentation challenge, which we launched working on AWS agent-based several months ago. And what's unique about agent-based is that it actually is a system of agents that work together across sales and marketing, not separately, and it works on a unified data platform that aggregates all the information about accounts, buying groups, and people in one place for those agents to work together. And so I think it helps be a force for good in unifying the go-to-market in the way we need to be more effective. We actually are iterating really quickly with the AWS team. We launched 2 agents yesterday. Again, these fall in the category of not commodified use cases. These are powerful agents to build audiences and create next best actions for go-to-market teams. So we have a brisk section. I think we're right at our 9-minute mark. We might have 1 more minute. Any parting words from you, Aram?
Yeah, so probably everyone's asking, like, how do you start? How do you do this? And I'm going to ask you this. In your company, in your initiative, who's the hero? Write that down, the hero story. Let me tell you where it doesn't work well. When the technology becomes the hero, it's not adopted. It's not the same. We can't forget about the people. the marketers, the sellers, these business people that are responsible, they are the heroes. And so as you go and you roll out these new applications, these new processes, don't forget that the hero story, it's the people.
Yep, 100%. And I'm actually going to end by amplifying that point and have you think about your use cases in this way when you're rolling out agents. Are they delivering to a machine? Are they an engineering use case that's going into a compiler? Or are they going to a group of humans you have to persuade? Because if it's in that latter bucket, the role of the human is incredibly important. And I think that informs both the technology you need and also the type of salespeople and marketing people you need, because their strength is going to be in human connection. So with that, thank you, everybody, and off to cocktail hour. Thank you.